Doug Harsh, Scott Anderson, 97 won the ticket. 248-539-9797. Reaction coming in to the DeAndre Hopkins topic, which, we're not even thinking this is probable. It was thrown out there last hour. And, the Lions do have options and they have flexibility and they, have war chested for something and they're going to use that money on something. And it might be just re-signing some of their own guys that are worth bringing back. Like, eventually you got to start paying the Penei Sewells of the world. And but the reality is, if they want to make an aggressive move and go after a player like DeAndre Hopkins, the option's there. And then there's, Quinnen Williams' names gets thrown around, Yannick Ngakoue. If they want somebody that can line up and provide some edge rushing depth. But, we'll see, because it obviously matters what other people are offering. And we know that Dan Campbell has this reputation. The players like him and players like this staff. But you really don't know until you see how stuff goes down, how popular is he really? Let's face it, when C.J. Gardner-Johnson came in and we saw that his cap hit, it's going to be, $4.5 million. That was a bit of a surprise. So can a player be had for less money than we think? Yeah, a player can be had for less money than we think, and we'll see if Detroit's a destination. With that said, big story today. Well, it was a heavy sports weekend, and the Tigers got within a game of first place after Sunday's win before getting shut out yesterday. And here we are, almost June. Gator, I'm going to throw something at you, and you tell me if this has any relevance whatsoever.
Okay.
The Twins, last year, on the morning of Memorial Day, were 29-19. 604 winning percentage. They went 49-65 the rest of the way to finish 14 games out. Gator, them collapsing last year after Memorial Day, is it in any way relevant?
In a way, yes, because there's a track record with the players that they have that is why they have a collapse.
Mm-hmm.
Byron Buxton is an injury waiting to happen, and so is Carlos Correa.
Carlos Correa thing. I got to tell you, there was a lot of enthusiasm for Carlos Correa from a lot of people. Not you. Not you.
I like him as a player. I just would never have paid him what he was asking for. And I have a hard time paying any player $30 million plus, particularly when the players have no track record of playing more than 140 games in a season.
Mm-hmm.
When in his numbers, I mean, how many times had he played over 100 games in a season? It just didn't make sense. I like him as a player, not for that kind of cash. And Buxton is such a talent, but he's always hurt. And I think he's been relatively healthy this year. And if he's going to stay healthy, the Twins are going to be okay. But will he?
Remember when the picture emerged of A.J. Hinch having lunch with Carlos Correa?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. And Detroit got super excited. Then Correa signed not one, not two, but three separate contracts last offseason.
Right.
And San Francisco, I think their doctors said, no, we're not gonna pass him on this physical. He signed with the Mets before he returned home to Minnesota. And again, it's had problems, and you were just not going to do it.
No.
We're not going to do it. I give you a ton of credit for that. And the Giants and the Mets didn't pass him on their physical.
Well, look, the Tigers ended up signing Javi Baez, and that hasn't paid off yet.
No, it's true.
Not even close.
Nope.
So all the shortstops from that year, that first year was kind of a struggle for those guys. Things have changed now. Semion's had, I think, a pretty good season here with Texas. And it's something the Tigers have to think about in the future. I mean, the way that Baez is playing, you can't imagine that he's going to opt out of his contract.
Nope.
So likely he'll still be here and they'll still be paying him, and then they'll have to figure out if they want to hang on to that or not. But he's got to wake up. He's got to be a better player, hit for power. That's what you sign him for, and to be better defensively than what he's done too.
248-539-9797. Tigers did get shut out yesterday by Texas. Now 2 games under and 2 games back. But overall, still a good feeling around this team. And to see a young player like Riley Green, who's almost hitting 300 now.
Yeah.
go out and do what he did on Sunday, which was have a couple of game-winning type moments with the game on the line. He pulls a home run back at deep center. He triples and scores the tying run to force extras in the game on Sunday. They got one star that is starting to emerge from the recent high draft picks that they've had. I mean, you think about Casey Mize, and you think about Alex Faedo, and you think about Spencer Torkelson, and you think about just all these high draft picks that we've been watching and waiting and hoping.
Matt Manning.
Yeah, and bam, Riley Green's the first one that looks like he's hitting.
Yeah. It's nice to see they need a player like that. They need several players like that to build around. You know, I was talking during a commercial break because we had the one texter who was all complaining about Torkelson, saying he's just a 230 hitter. It's all he's going to be. Well, last year was a 203 hitter. So this year he's a 230 hitter. Now, his numbers last year, his OPS was just over 600. This year it's almost 670. That's growth from one year to the next. It's not where you want it to be. It's not where I want it to be. But why would you say you're going to stunt the growth and call it off right now that at best he's a 230 hitter when that's what he's done this year? He's improved to a 230 hitter. Is it out of the realm of possibility to think he's going to improve to maybe a 250 hitter next year or above that? Because it's just, you know, this is a guy that missed out on a whole year of playing in the minors because of COVID.
Well, look, it's way early to put a ceiling on him.
How old did you? He's 23?
23. When Aaron Judge was 23, he had 0 home runs in the majors. So does that have any relevance with anything?
I think it does, actually. You know, he's not going to be Aaron Judge. He's not going to hit 60 home runs in a season. But the point is, Aaron Judge had some time to play in the minors a little bit before he was, you know, Aaron Judge. Torkelson was robbed of that in 2020, and they've let him sink or swim here at the major league level for the last year and a half.
The guy I actually am most excited about that can give them more is tonight's starter, and Alex Faedo. He's only had 4 starts, but and they've lost 3 of the 4. But the secondary numbers are pretty damn good. The secondary numbers have shown that, you know, he's not giving up hits. He's not giving up base runners. He got 21 2/3. I think it's 15 hits and 1 walk.
Yeah.
You know, he's given up too many home runs.
6 home runs in that time.
Yep.
But he knows where the strike zone is, and he's got a pretty good command of the strike zone. When he makes a mistake in the strike zone, he's had to pay for it, but fortunately, nobody's on base when it happens. So he's given up a bunch of solo shots. The strikeout to walk ratio is insane right now. Is it 24-1 or whatever it is, or 22-1? That's fantastic.
He's getting a high swing and miss rate.
Yeah. Just keep throwing strikes, man. Keep doing what you're doing. That's what they're preaching with this rotation. Really, with not just rotation, the entire staff. Throw strikes. Good things will happen. You've got defense behind it. Let those guys make plays.
Texas Rangers are in the top 10 in Major League Baseball in many key offensive categories. Batting average, OPS, runs scored, home runs.
I think they're second in runs scored to Tampa.
So this is a big test for Faedo tonight. This is, if Faedo goes out and has what has been a typical win for him, which is a typical game for him, not a win for him, typical start for him. Walks and hits per innings pitch less than 1, strikes out his fair share, you know, keeps him off the base paths, and maybe he gives up a home run or 2. But if it's a typical 2023 Faedo outing, I'm gonna be pretty damn happy.
Yeah, I'll be happy too. I don't expect it. There's going to be a correction at some point. The book gets out on you, and teams realize all this guy does is throw strikes, so swing at strikes. He's not going to throw it out of the zone and make him pay for it. It's just unrealistic to think he's going to keep up with the whip that he's got right now.
Probably, but it's, you know, I think we've kind of forgotten about him, even though he's a former first-round pick, but he missed 2 full seasons. Like, he didn't throw a pitch between 2019 and the next pitch he threw was in 2022 because of COVID and an injury. And he's 27, so it's not too late, but the clock's ticking a little bit. But could Faedo be a guy that gives him more? I think we might learn a little bit tonight. And that's what I'm hoping. 248-539-9797. Phone calls, feedback, Tiger stuff to get to. Plus, player with a weird admission. And I wonder how prevalent it is. We'll get to that today at 12:30. It's Carson Anderson, 97.1.
Summers will never be the same when you transform your outdoor space with Trex composite decking from Builder's First Source. It's fade, stain, scratch, and mold resistant. Trex composite decking from Builder's First Source gives you a maintenance-free, ageless look. So whether you're looking to build it yourself or maybe you need a referral for a Trex certified installer, Builder's First Source has you covered. With decking for every budget, you can make the most out of outdoor living with Builder's First Source. 2 locations in Clinton and Shelby Townships. Builder's First Source, Macomb County's largest and first source for decking.
Gator, I don't know how interested you are in this, but today is the day that Elizabeth Holmes of Theranos fame reports to prison for 11 years.
And Theranos was...
So Theranos was a company started by Elizabeth Holmes that you could give her a drop of blood and she could diagnose you with all the, just with a single drop of blood to let you know if you're a cancer risk and if you had any health issues.
And that proved not to be true?
Proved not to be true. They were going to set them up in like kiosks at CVS, and she got millions and millions of investors with this all too good to be true plan, but that somehow they were able to sell and people bought into it, and they never really had proven that they could do this. And so now she's going to jail for 11 years.
Well, there you go.
Yep. And today's the day she reports. And it's one of those true crime podcasts that I was listening to, and thought, wow, quite the scam.
That's a scam of epic proportions,
Yep.
right?
Yeah, and there were a lot of people that invested in her company.
I can only imagine.
Yep. So, all right. So Tigers 2 games out and getting ready to face the Texas Rangers tonight, then an afternoon game tomorrow. Texas is a good team. It wouldn't be the worst thing in the world if they could just get one win here in this Texas series before they start feasting on the also-rans, expected to be also-rans. Skubal and Carpenter, however, could be back soon. Carpenter, who provided a power surge for them. I always think of this as your guy, and you've been a big fan. He replaced Victor Reyes as your fringe major league dude that kind of comes out of nowhere and helps a team.
Yeah, Carpenter had crazy good numbers in the minors in comparison to Reyes. Reyes had good numbers, but Carpenter had great numbers. He needed to be called up, and he did provide a lift for them offensively last year, and he was better than average in all the numbers. And unfortunately got hurt with a shoulder injury this year, but he's rehabbing. He's had a couple of games now at Toledo. I'm guessing by the end of the week, he's probably going to be brought back, and you will see him in the lineup, which would be great because they need another bat in the lineup. You think about this. McKinstry's been really good at leadoff. Riley Green's been great at hitting second. Then you get this hole. Torkelson can drive some runs in. He's been better than he was last year, but still not where you want him to. But there's no protection throughout that, right?
Mm-hmm.
Like, does Torkelson really protect Riley Green? I mean, they've had Baez hit third, and he doesn't really protect Riley. They need other batters. If you add Kerry Carpenter to the mix, then can we stop with a Nick Maton as cleanup hitter? You know, I think you can. The reason that Nick Maton does it is because he's left-handed, and they want to throw that left-handed bat in the lineup. Well, Carpenter's left-handed, so he can do that. Akil Baddoo has stepped up and had a real nice month here, and also left-handed bat, but he's also an outfielder. So you think about it, would the Tigers start 3 left-handed outfielders?
So, yeah, they could. This is something I don't know that it pertains to us in any way. Probably not. But there was an ESPN insider story about Shohei Ohtani's potential suitors. And the Tigers weren't on the list, which should surprise no one. My question isn't so much, are the Tigers going to go get him? But, I mean, would somebody that impacts us go get him? Like, Cleveland's offense is terrible, or would Minnesota get hyper aggressive? There's also teams around Major League Baseball I read this weekend. MLB execs are really perplexed, was the word that was used in a Bob Nightingale story, why the Mets haven't signed Pete Alonso to a contract extension. And he's a free agent after next year. Is there any chance that the Tigers will be rendered irrelevant by Cleveland or Minnesota making a blockbuster move?
I can't see it because those teams really haven't gone with big payrolls. You know, when Minnesota was good, they were able to hang on to their own guys with, you know, Morneau and Joe Mauer. Cleveland has been a little bit better at it than say Kansas City. Cleveland's been a great organization in developing younger players and they can turn into something, but they never had high payrolls. It feels like it's been a long time since they had a high payroll. The Tigers were willing to spend under Mike Ilitch. When the time came right for this team to go out and offer bigger contracts, they did. And they tried to keep guys together for a while. And they had a nice little run, and then it ended poorly, and we know what's happened since then. Every team that's linked to Shohei Ohtani is a team that spends tons of money.
Yeah.
You know, it's the New York teams, the Dodgers, the Angels are still in it, I guess, if they're trying to bring him back. San Diego's in the mix because San Diego has spent a ton of money. You know, the Cubs are in the mix. And then other area, I think Seattle was mentioned as a possible dark horse. Seattle has the huge Asian population, and that would make sense. They had Ichiro there, and would they pay for him? I'm sure that they would pay for Ohtani because they know what kind of a boom it would be for the organization from a attendance standpoint. But my thought was looking at all these teams and saying, okay, sure, these are the teams that spend the money. The Tigers used to be. And we know that Cabrera's contract is coming off the books. That potentially Eduardo Rodriguez, he could be off the books because they may have to trade him or he'll opt out either way, right? They don't have much of a payroll. You add Shohei Ohtani to this team. You're talking about, let's be realistic here. Are we talking about $50 million a year?
Probably.
Close to it, somewhere between $40 and $50 million a season for a baseball player. He's going to break the bank for any kind of free agent contract because he's a unicorn.
Okay, so again, I can't state this clear enough. Do you think this is going to happen?
No.
Okay, neither do I.
But I want to put it out there because if I'm trying to think logically for some reasons why it would work. If you're the Tigers, and what do you say? Well, we have to add more players. You can't just one player isn't going to do it. Shohei Ohtani isn't one player.
No,
Shohei Ohtani is a starting pitcher, and he's either an outfielder or DH, whatever you want him to be, but he's outstanding at both. So you're getting two for the price of one. That's why the price goes up instead of being a $35 million a year guy, he's $45 to $50 million a year, and you're probably going to have to commit close to $500 million to land Shohei Ohtani. But look what you get for him. If you pay him $50 a year, $50 million a year, it's like getting two $25 million players, which you would agree with.
Yeah. So if you just take Miguel Cabrera's salary, which would be off the books, Eduardo Rodriguez's salary, which very well could be off the books, and Jonathan Scope's salary, which will likely be off the books, that's over $50 million. Now, what do you give up to get him is one thing, but
free agent.
Oh, that's right. But so is this people that would trade for him now?
No, I thought that I have to go back, but I thought this was landing spots for him because of free agency at the end.
Okay, so this is the end of the year.
Yeah.
Okay. So this isn't about the story wasn't about trade possibility. It was just about at the end of the year, huh?
Correct.
Well, it'd be fantastic with salaries falling off the books. It would cover 1 year of what you'd have to pay him. But that's why, and I guess the only way you actually could wiggle your way into this is if you're kind of close. If you're kind of close, he's not gonna. I can't imagine he's gonna sign with a team that's not. And so you'd have to continue to fight for the American League Central for the entire year. I think it's a better chance that one of the other teams in the Central would be able to would go after him. But
here's how it could affect the Tigers, okay? Because neither one of us thinks the Tigers can get him, right? He's the highest profile free agent in baseball, and maybe baseball history because of what he can do, and because immediately it would have an effect on your attendance. I mean, people love to see Shohei Ohtani play. So
it'd be a bold move by a guy who people don't think is serious.
We don't think the Tigers can get him, although we can come up with reasons why they should. We don't think that they will.
We know why they should. It's the money is falling off their books.
Right. But not likely to for a bunch of reasons. The effect it has on the Tigers, though, is if one of these big teams, like let's say the Dodgers or the Padres, land him, their payrolls are already astronomical, right?
Yep.
Does that make one of their players available?
Well, that's the more likely scenario, right? Is that, okay, they have to shed payroll.
Right. Like the Padres, hey, we just got Shohei Ohtani, but we've got a $400 million payroll now, $500 million payroll, whatever it is.
Who's interested in Juan Soto?
Anybody? Yeah, right. Anybody want Tatis Jr.? I mean, things like that.
I don't think he'd be the one they'd give up, but
Manny Machado or whatever.
I see what you're doing here. Yeah. 248-539-9797. Phone calls, feedback. Carson Anderson, 97.1. Doug Harsh, Scott Anderson, 97.1 to Ticket open lines, 248-539-9797. Let's get back to your open line calls. We go to Jacob in Plymouth. Hi, Jacob.
Hey, you don't even have to win getting him. Just put your hat in the ring and make a serious offer. But if they went after him and got him, it would show that Chris Ilitch is trying to be like his dad. Mike Ilitch would have gone after this guy, gone hard. And it would make there are no superstars right now currently Detroit. He would own the city by having the hottest commodity in baby sports. I mean, this guy is like Babe Ruth on steroids, where he could be a starting pitcher and one of the most dominant starting pitchers and hitters in baseball.
And it's a division that can be won, so you get into the playoffs, which is something that he hasn't seen.
I mean, it would be so many good things to come from just trying. And if you make a good, valiant effort, I mean, you're absolutely right, Gator. Like, the division's so down. This is the guy that's, like, freakish with war. It's like, you know what I'm saying?
He's
like,
a unicorn.
We're even.
He's a unicorn. Baseball has not seen anything like this since Babe Ruth.
There's no point. I mean, the obvious thing is making the case for him. There's
easy to do.
It's so easy. Yeah, we all know how great he would be. It's just, the Tigers aren't mentioned for obvious reasons. The one thing you said that Gator and I talked about off the air is talk about changing a narrative on an owner in one fell swoop. Yeah. And you're right. Go throw your name in the hat and let the media know.
But it's probably not just money. I mean, can the Tigers spend money? Sure, they can spend money, but I suspect it's more than that with him. Well, I mean, the other teams that we mentioned have much higher, I would imagine, Asian populations. Does he feel more comfortable like that, or would he consider? I don't even know if he considered Detroit. He may laugh and say absolutely not. But if you say, well, they're willing to pay $50-55 million a year, does that change his thought process? I don't know.
I do get that, but I remember Mike Ilitch getting on a plane to go to meet with Pudge Rodriguez and going out, and nobody said he'd get Prince Fielder. You don't even have to win. It would just be nice if I knew that he was really going to do that, like go out there. It's really hard to compete against cities like, especially with Asian populations like you're saying. Yep. But if he went out there and made the push and showed me that as a fan,
I'd love
that would go a long way with me.
Yeah, love it.
I think the more realistic thing to talk about is when the Dodgers or Padres get him, who do they have to release, and can the Tigers scoop up one of those guys? But at the end of the day, I mean, they do have the probability of having well over $50 million just drop off the payroll. Just drop off the payroll.
Real quickly.
And yet at the end of the day, you have to stay relevant to even bring yourself into for any free agent, quite frankly. And that's why it's important for them to compete.
And it's not like the payroll is high to begin with.
Well, it's not. But if at the end of this year, they're a 500 baseball team, a 500 baseball team can lure a free agent. A team 20 games under struggles. A significant free agent, right?
Yes.
248-539-9797. Feedback coming in. One danger with valuing Ohtani as two players, it's also double the pain for an injury. One stint on the DL, you need to call up two players. One freak injury, think Turnbull's comebacker. Was it Turnbull or was it Manning? Wasn't it Manning? It was Manning that got hit on the comeback. Means $60 million albatross contract. I love his game. I just think his value to me maxes out at 1.5 times, not double. So $45 million a year.
Well, I would say that I definitely agree with that. It's nerve, and I think that's something that every team has to think about, and how awful it would be, because he is one injury away from being
right.
You're just destroying your payroll.
If you have a pitcher that stays in the strike zone going against the Rangers, they will base hit him out of the game by the third inning. By the third inning. So what's the Karsh Casino move here? If he makes it through 3.
Alex Faedo?
Yeah, Faedo tonight. If he makes it, I'll bet you he makes it through 3 innings tonight. And this guy says he won't.
That he gets at least one out in the 4th? Is that the bet?
He says they will base hit him out of the game by the 3rd.
Oh,
so I can make a case that it's one out in the 3rd.
Yeah, that's true. He said by the third inning.
Which means he'll get knocked out of the game in the first 2 innings.
Yeah, that's what he thinks.
I'll take him.
There's the Karsh Casino.
I'll take him throwing a pitch in the 3rd inning, dude, whoever you are. You want to make a bet. If I'm Chris, I got him. if I'm Chris, I got to him and say,
If I'm Chris,
if I'm Chris, I get to him and say, I will beat any offer you get by $10 million. This is a once-in-a-lifetime player. Make the strongest offer ever. 248-539-9797.
It would be the biggest coup in Detroit sports history.
It would be. It would be. Let's go to Tim in East Point. Hi, Tim.
Hey, gentlemen. How are you?
Okay.
All right.
Exactly the reason that you're talking about right now is the reason that we should not be considering trading Lang or Rodriguez. The deal is, the way that I look at it is that the Detroit Tigers are a good team that's getting better. And for them to be in a race for the entire summer is just going to make them more experienced and better. And if they should make the playoffs, even if they get beat up, they're going to have playoff experience. And that will attract, and that'll do two things. Number one, it'll attract free agents to Detroit. And number two, it'll give Illich the promise that now I can do something like this. Now I can be bold because this team not only is getting better, but they're progressing. Win the division, get in the playoffs. Not saying they're going to go far in the playoffs because baseball, the cream really does rise to the top in playoffs. But just to have that experience of being in a race and being
but Tim, if you
know, is a big deal.
If you know for a fact, because the Tigers have the opportunity to talk to Eduardo Rodriguez on a daily basis, if they know that Rodriguez is going to opt out of the contract at the end of the season, if they know that, then they have to move him, right?
Well, but I don't know if you saw the interview of Rodriguez and he seems like he's really at home here. He's a bright guy, very articulate, seems very committed. So extend him.
Well, that's what I'm saying. If you know, because this is kind of a one-off season that he's had. He hasn't been this good in his career.
I hear you.
And he's 30 years old, and I'm just saying, if you know ahead of time that he's not coming back, then go ahead and trade him. Lang, to me, is the interesting one because he's 27. He's still under team control. They have a couple of arbitration years ahead of him as well. I like that situation so much better, and yet I can't slam the door shut and say we're not trading Alex Lang. I think the next month tells you a lot about this team because of who you're playing, because you're playing Texas, Atlanta, Arizona, Minnesota. You're playing top teams in baseball. When the month is over, when you start at July 1st, you'll know where this team is at, or you'll have a pretty good idea. And then suitors are, if you're out of it, team's going to be lining up to try to get Alex Lang if he's still pitching as well as he has.
248-539-9797. I just think the possibility of this team being a first-place team and still selling is a wild possibility. Like Minnesota's not running away and hiding. Thank you, Twins, for leaving yourself vulnerable to a team like the Tigers to stay in this thing because we all know their flaws. They got to within a game.
I know.
They got to within a game.
Did you see what happened last night, too?
I don't know what you're referencing.
With the Twins?
I saw that the Heat beat Boston.
Oh.
Now with the Twins. What happened with the Twins?
Well, the Twins, in yesterday's game against the Houston Astros, which we like that matchup, Twins had a lead. They were up 4-1 going into the seventh inning. Houston scored 4 runs in the bottom of the seventh inning to take the lead. And the Twins scored in the ninth to tie it. They went to extra innings and won the game.
Right. Well,
to now they're obviously 2 games ahead of the Tigers in the standings.
So the same thing Detroit did Sunday.
Yeah.
No, look, I feel like we've been given a bonus baseball team here this year, a bonus baseball interest. I mean, even the people that think this team is going to fade, and there's plenty of you out there. Whenever we talk about the Tigers, I can guarantee those people didn't think they'd be 2 games out going into June. 248-539-9797. All right, I saw something this weekend, Gator, and I brought it up to you off the air earlier. Every time I see it, I am blown away, and I just say, how the hell did that happen? Because it happened here locally, and it's still one of the most unbelievable sports accomplishments, I think, for a local team ever. I don't want to overstate it, but think about it happening today.
Yeah, I hear you.
We'll get to that today at 12:50. Carson Anderson, 97.1.
I'm talking a lot about whiskey on this show for the last several years, and I'm talking about now Flying Ace Spirits Bourbon. It is a delicious whiskey. It's a small batch American-made bourbon blended in Holland, Michigan. It's part of the Coppercraft family, so you know it's good. It's artfully crafted for the brave of heart. What I really like about it is its versatility as a spirit. Look, you can drink anything however you want, but sometimes it doesn't always turn out so great. Well, with Flying Ace Bourbon, it does. You want to do shots with your friends, celebrate a big win last night, go ahead and do it. It's smooth, easy to drink. It's an everyday sipper if you want to drink it that way. Drink it on the rocks. It's awesome. If you want to, kind of mellow it out and put a mixer in there like ginger ale, it's delicious. Ginger ale and bourbon is an excellent drink. Bourbon and Coke is a great drink. Try Flying Ace Bourbon because it's going to change your mind about bourbon and about whiskeys. And listen, it's also approachable because it's not too expensive. It's only $30 a bottle. It's not going to bust your budget at all. In fact, it's a tribute to the American airmen of World War I, Michigan's rich history of producing some of the finest aviators and airplanes in the world. Flying Ace is a bourbon that pays homage to both. Try it yourself. You're going to love it. Follow them at Flying Ace Spirits on Instagram. You can stay up to date on all of their upcoming releases. And as always, please drink responsibly.
Doug Karsh, Scott Anderson, 97 won the ticket. 248-539-9797. So, Gator, you want to do something really funny with the Tigers?
Do I?
And I got to give credit to who was it on Twitch who made the point? I saw it last segment, but I didn't go through and do it. This is the bottom of the American League standings. Oakland is 11-45. Kansas City is 17-38. Chicago's 22-34. Cleveland's 24-29. The Tigers are 25-27. They're the fifth worst team in the American League.
I know.
Everybody else in the American League is over 500.
Because this Central is not good.
Nope.
But
Well,
let it play out a little bit.
We talked about the schedule, too, that the Tigers had the easiest strength of schedule the rest of the way in Major League Baseball, and it wasn't particularly close. So they've played a relatively tough schedule, and they've managed to hang around in this division. But I got to see if that's still true, because going into the weekend, Detroit's at .478 winning percentage of their opponents the rest of the way with 110 games to go. So a lot of games against relatively easy opponents. 7 against the A's, 10 against Kansas City, 9 against the White Sox, 3 against the Cubs, 3 against the Rockies, 3 against the Reds. So maybe MJM, Gator, MJM.
Maybe, just maybe.
Yep. So I see this every once in a while, and I saw it again this weekend, and it still is just mind-numbing that it happened. But my son's a sophomore high school baseball player, and he had a game on Eastern Michigan's field. And on the scoreboard, and I've seen this before, and I knew it, but my jaw drops every time. It says 1975 and 1976 College World Series. Eastern Michigan went to the College World Series in 75 and 76. And in 1976, they not only went to the College World Series, they played for the national championship. They made it to the final game. Eastern Michigan almost won a national championship in college baseball.
Well, they had a couple of pitchers that were major league pitchers.
It turns out that that's the case.
Yeah. Bob Welch, who was the last pitcher to win, I think, he won 27 games in 1990. I want to say he was one of the last pitchers to win 25 in a season.
Yep.
They won 27 in 1990. He broke onto the scene in 1978. If you were around back then, you watched the playoffs in baseball, the World Series in particular, you'll remember Bob Welch and Reggie Jackson and the face-off that they had on a couple different occasions.
Yep. It still absolutely blows my mind, though, that Eastern Michigan made it to the final game of the 1976 College World Series. And I don't know that can ever happen again. But I went back and looked. They beat Maine in the opener 3-2. Then they beat Clemson in 10 innings 3-2. Then they beat Arizona State 2-1. The way the format was back then, they had this kind of, if you were the 3-0 team, you had 2 shots to win a semifinal. They lost the first one to Arizona 7-6. But they ended up going, after that loss, they went straight to the championship game in a winner-take-all game against Arizona again. Arizona then had to go beat Arizona State after beating Eastern, but weird format back then. Eastern lost 7-1 in the national title game, the last game of the College World Series.
Yeah, I always get confused with this. How many teams are invited to the College World Series?
8.
8. Okay.
There are 16 regionals that are just starting right now. Back then, there were 8 regionals.
So if you make it to the College World Series, it tells everybody you made it to the Elite 8.
Yes,
which
you're
is
in the final
impressive.
8. Now it's 16 regionals feed to 8 super regionals. So this weekend will be regionals. Next weekend will be super regionals, which are best of 3 series between 2 teams. Right now there's 4. Each regional of the 16 has 4 teams. Next week they'll be down to 16 teams. They'll play best of 3 series, and that gives you your 8 teams to the College World Series. How the hell did Eastern Michigan
I don't know how
do
Eastern
this?
did it, but they did it.
It's incredible.
It's awesome.
It really is cool.
It's awesome. And I think in our lifetime, it feels like Central has had some good teams over the years. Did Central ever make it to the World Series, though?
No,
Think they
not
did?
that I'm aware of. Central Michigan baseball the last few years has made it to the college tournament, but and they've won some games. Like they've
They've
actually
been a tournament team over the years, but they haven't been.
I think a couple of years ago they eliminated Miami, Florida. Like not the Miami up here, the Miami of Florida. I think Ball State is the MAC rep this year, but yeah, it just blows my mind. I think it's one of the most incredible accomplishments in sports, and I suspect there's no video of it. There's no just the idea to see EMU on that stage.
That's great. That's great. Like if that happened today, I mean, people would travel like that, right,
Yeah.
to go see it. I mentioned this yesterday. We were taking calls about what we like to do on Memorial Day and 4th of July and Veterans Day is kind of brag about somebody in your family and
Yep.
what was the connection with sports with you and that person. And somebody called up and said that their grandfather knew that this guy was a huge Lions fan. And they were watching the game where the Lions lost to San Francisco in the playoffs back when Eddie Murray missed with a wide
Right.
field goal. Whatever.
Monty Clark on
Monty
the
Clark
sideline
praying on the sideline. And his grandfather said, well, I'll get you a ticket if they go further or whatever. And ended up buying him a ticket to the Super Bowl that was played in Detroit. And that we were talking about how it could never happen today. Like you can't make
Like
that.
somebody just say, I'll just get you a Super Bowl ticket.
Yeah, I mean, at the time, the early 80s there, when it was 1981 or whatever, 82, and it's totally different. The Super Bowl playing in Pontiac, 82,000 seats, they got to sell out the stadium.
Right.
It's not as corporate, anywhere near as corporate as it is today. There were actually tickets available to the public. Now, I don't know how you get tickets unless you buy them on a secondary market. But it's just things like back then that happened back then, that could happen back then, could not happen today. Have a hard time thinking that it seemed like Eastern Michigan that made the Final Eight in the College World Series back in the mid-70s. Could that happen in today's landscape?
One of the most famous, back then,
Yeah.
What's the most famous college basketball game, the highest rated college basketball game ever?
Michigan State, Indiana State.
Indiana State.
Yeah, well, they had Larry Bird. Does help when you have the best player in basketball at the time.
Yeah.
Who didn't get along with Bob Knight, so he said, I'm going to take my talents to the Sycamores and play for Indiana State. But in today, like if they did it today, imagine how many people from Eastern around the country would want to flock and watch the team because you just don't expect it.
No,
but all of a sudden, if you have any vestige of a trail that leads you to Eastern Michigan, like I'm an Eastern Michigan fan, let's go.
Sure. It's crazy. And right after that, Indiana State, wasn't that Indiana State team undefeated?
Yes, they were, I think, 32-0 going into the game.
So they went on whatever conference they're in,
Crap conference they were in.
Right, sure.
Didn't matter. They had Larry Bird. They beat everyone.
But they obviously made March Madness and plowed through the field until they ran into 86-68. Was that the final? Something like that. They lost. Michigan State took command of that game. But, still, it's just wild stuff that happened. And we just kind of accepted it back then. Although I don't know how many people were paying attention to college baseball back then. But
the other thing that's kind of weird we accept back then is how crazy it was with the drafting. Right? Because Larry Bird immediately went and played for the Celtics. Magic played for the Lakers. Like, what?
Yeah.
How does that happen?
Well, didn't the Celtics?
There was some kind of crazy trade, and then you had like the rights, and they ended up with McHale as well the next year.
I think the Celtics drafted Larry Bird before he declared for the year before. Like I think if I recall correctly,
Just the rules were different.
Yeah.
Is what I'm saying. Obviously it couldn't happen today.
But let me go. So Larry Bird, that game was 1979, right? That was Larry Bird's last game.
Yes.
And I'm pretty sure Boston took him. Yeah. With the 6th pick of the 1978 NBA draft, Boston took Larry Bird.
And then he's allowed to play another year.
He played another year in college, and then he debuted in the fall of 1970.
And how did the Lakers end up with that pick to get Magic?
With the Magic pick?
Wasn't there? I think it had to be a trade of some kind because the Lakers were a good team the year prior.
Yeah, let me go take a look. Anyway, it's just funny how they had the number 1 overall pick, And I don't know how they had that number 1 overall pick. I'll have to go back and do a little. That's why they make Google, my friend. That's why they make Google.
Things change over the years.
Yep. As you look back, though, what are the things that you can't believe actually happened in sports? That actually happened. Eastern went to back-to-back College World Series and damn near won one of them. It's Carson Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket. All right, Gator, I'm ready to answer your question. In 1976, the Los Angeles Lakers received 2 firsts and a second for allowing Gail Goodrich to sign with the New Orleans Jazz.
Is it like a sign and trade?
I don't know what the rules were back then.
know.
It sounds like Goodrich was a free agent. So what the Lakers got back was 2 firsts and a second for Gail Goodrich. One of the firsts, and I'm gonna suspect that is back when teams didn't really particularly value draft picks. I remember reading a story that professional sports teams would show up, like NFL teams would show up at the draft with the Street and Smith magazine previewing college football, previewing the season that had concluded. And this is how some teams did the draft. They get a preseason college football magazine.
Why not?
Yeah. But back then in 1976, Gail Goodrich signed with the New Orleans Jazz. The Lakers allowed Goodrich to sign with the Jazz in exchange for 2 first-round picks and a second, including what turned out to be the first overall pick in 1979. The Jazz and Chicago Bulls had a coin flip to see who would have the first pick in 79. Already know the Lakers had owned the pick. Lakers won the coin flip and then got Magic Johnson. Yep.
Crazy.
Sure is. I mean, these are things that are hard to believe happened in sports. And I was reminded of one of my all-time favorites this weekend, that Eastern Michigan went to back-to-back College World Series and actually played for the national championship in 1976. Blows my mind. What are some of the things that you cannot believe actually happened in sports?
Do you remember that when Eric Lindros was traded on draft night?
Vaguely, yes.
Or they were going to trade him. And
was that Quebec on the pick?
Quebec had the pick, and the Rangers had put together a deal that Quebec had accepted.
Mm-hmm.
And then Philadelphia's like, wait a minute, we got a deal. And Philadelphia put their deal together and ended up, they had to basically renege on the first offer and accepted the Philly.
So the trade hadn't officially gone through.
Yeah.
Huh?
But they had offered a tremendous amount of players and capital and all this to Quebec for that pick, and it ended up being the Flyers offer. And what Quebec got in return was really actually quite great when you think about it. One player alone probably made the deal worthwhile because they got Peter Forsberg.
Right.
And then they end up, going over to Colorado to go with that franchise. But there were, I think, several, I don't know, Hall of Fame players, but Hall of Fame type players, all-star players that were involved in that trade. And yet it maybe even shouldn't have happened because the Rangers had a deal done.
248-539-9797. Let's go to Jeff here on 97 on the ticket. Hi, Jeff.
How you doing?
Good.
No, I played on that 75 team. I was a senior. I wasn't on the 76 team, but of course I knew all the guys. But the 75 team, yeah, we had 2 major league pitchers. Welsh was incredible. Ochinko was as tough as you could be. And the rest of it was chemistry, man.
Because honestly, I'm not sure that'll ever happen again. It's incredible.
I don't know if it could either, but yeah, it was chemistry, I tell you. And you forget that Coach Ostrike, they won the NIA title in '70.
Okay, so that was a lesser
Baseball
division.
title.
But the 76 team, I mean, were you able to follow how they were doing? Because they played for the national title. They made it to the last game.
I followed every game. I wasn't around. I was actually playing a little semi-pro ball, but I followed it. You better believe I did. And if I wasn't playing where I was, I would have been there. Believe me.
Yeah. It's funny because I actually was reading about it, getting caught up, and that said they were the last Northern team to play in the last game until Michigan did it back in 2019.
Exactly.
Yep.
And being from Eastern and Michigan trumping us, that kind of pissed me off.
they broke you. Well, you guys beat them in regionals both years, didn't you?
Yeah, we did. Yeah, we did.
It's incredible. I mean, it just blows my mind. But congratulations, Jeff.
Thank you very much.
Just
cool.
To be accurate on the Lindros thing, apparently they had agreed to a verbal agreement with Philadelphia, and then the GM of the Nordiques then accepted an offer from the Rangers, And they had to. It went to like the courts. Took 5 days before it went back to going to the Philadelphia Flyers, and they ended up with Steve Duchesne, Peter Forsberg, Ron Hextall, Kerry Huffman, Mike Ricci, Chris Simon, 2 first-round picks,
Good
and
God.
$15 million. All that for Eric Lindros. Here was the trade that was voided to the
Okay.
Rangers.
All right.
The Rangers offered Tony Amonte, Alexei Kovalev, Sergei Nemchinov, James Patrick, either Richter or Van Beesbrook, the goaltender, an undisclosed multiple first-round picks, and $20 million.
Did they? What?
This happened in 1992. It's it's a long time ago, but is it that long ago?
No.
I mean, 31 years.
I mean, teams offered up like, here are our first 2 lines.
right. I mean, these were, multiple all-stars.
Oh.
Crazy. And the Flyers offer, the first offer they made was actually a different offer. The first offer included Rod Brindamore and Mark Recchi.
Wow.
I mean, what?
So did Lindros have any chance of living up to that?
Hell no. Not a shot in hell. Not a shot in hell.
I mean, he was obviously a pretty damn great player.
He was right, but he was hurt a lot. I mean, he was huge. He was big and bruising, but he was hurt a lot. And yeah, I mean, had some good years, 40 goal scoring seasons. Only had 1 year in the NHL where he had 100 points. Never did win the Stanley Cup. I interviewed him once. Super nice guy.
Was he?
Very nice guy.
Face to face or over the phone?
Face to face.
Because I know you did a lot of locker room pregame stuff.
Yeah, it was in the locker room. He was over a point a game guy in his career, but I mean,
So he's the inverse of Messier.
yeah, Messier was a jerk. It was the same day. We interviewed them both on the
Was
same
it
day.
really?
Yeah, Messier.
That guy.
But think of all that went into a trade for one guy.
Mm-hmm.
You get the Herschel Walker trade is always cited as being this
This should be-
ridiculously
this should be
lopsided
cited,
trade.
yeah.
This is the one that's be cited.
That's wild. 248-539-9797. If you want to share whatever it is you can't believe happened in sports, because these are some crazy stories. Crazy stories. And I wonder what the reaction was in 1978 when the Celtics, with the 6th pick, the Boston Celtics select Larry Bird, Indiana State, where the rest of the GMs looking around going, wait, you can do that? You can draft a guy that hasn't declared for the draft and is going back? Like, did they catch was this a loophole in the rules? And suddenly they had what was perceived to be, going to be one of the best players in college basketball. They just had to wait a year because it was a brilliant freaking move. But did they know? Was everybody aware what Boston was doing at the time? Or did they laugh and scoff?
Yeah, I can't imagine they laughed and scoffed because Larry Bird scored 30 points a game in that sophomore season at Indiana State. He scored almost 33 points a game his first year there.
Yeah.
Second year was 30. His third year, his last year, was 28.6 without a 3-point line.
I only remember one other name for that Indiana State team.
Well, that's one more than I can remember.
They had a guard named Nix, N-I-X.
Okay.
I think it might have been Carl Nix, but
Carl!
yeah. Indiana State played for the national championship.
They did. That's crazy.
Wasn't Penn also in that Final Four?
I think you might be right.
Again, these things are never going to happen.
Well, it's always amazing to me that you get like the hockey Final Fours, the Frozen Fours.
Yeah.
Teams like Quinnipiac.
Sure.
Like, huh? And they've been there forever. But they're like, that's a power? Some school, or, RPI. Rensselaer Polytechnic Institution or whatever. That's a team that gets to the Frozen Four?
Final Four. Michigan State beat Penn and Indiana State beat DePaul. It's Carson Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket. Some good ones coming in of stuff you just cannot believe happened in sports. And I said this because I was back at Eastern Michigan's baseball field this weekend. I watched one of my kids play, and there it was, 1975 and 1976 College World Series. And I'm like, and not only did they make it, they went to the they made it to the last game in 76. J-Pop1212 on Twitch came up with one that's just about as good.
Yeah.
Butler basketball.
Yeah.
Butler basketball went to the NCAA title game back-to-back years.
It's crazy.
In 2010 and 2011, and they were a heave away.
It's not like they beat anybody to get there.
Was it the first one or the second one that they
Okay.
beat Michigan State? It was the first one they beat Michigan State, right? I mean, unbelievable, right?
Yeah.
Butler. And you can kind of see it. I mean, there was the one year that the Final Four had James Madison and VCU both made it to the Final Four. But to do it back-to-back years, Butler went to back-to-back national championship games, which is incredible. And one of them was in Indianapolis, where Butler is. So you can imagine what that atmosphere was like. But that's pretty crazy. Ed in Brownstown says, it's still crazy to think that the 2019 St. Louis Blues went from the worst record in the league in January to the Stanley Cup champion.
Yep. That's crazy.
It is crazy.
That happened.
That absolutely happened. The Herschel Walker deal between Dallas and Minnesota. Dallas reaped awards for years. That's from Jeff. Well, the crazy thing about that trade that people don't know is it wasn't actually for draft picks, even though that's what Dallas ended up getting. The deal was for a bunch of players, but Jerry Jones got it written in. He had no interest in the players. He said, if we cut this guy, we can get a draft pick, right? And Minnesota agreed. Yeah, if these guys don't make your team, we'll give you a first-round pick, sure, for Darren Nelson or whomever. You know, like these guys that the funny thing is, Jimmy made it when Jimmy presented it, and I remember this from the 30 for 30, Jimmy was like, I had no intention of keeping these guys. But they convinced Minnesota that they were going to keep the guys, and so they got these conditional draft picks if the guys didn't make their roster, and they just cut them all and loaded up on draft picks.
I don't want to rip open an old wound for you.
Oh, what's this going to be?
2007 baseball season.
Yeah?
It's coming down the stretch, last month of the season.
Yeah.
Was it Colorado that ripped off like 18 out of 20 wins or something like that?
Yeah.
And took over
And beat and won the division and knocked the Padres out of the playoffs.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, that happened. That was crazy, right?
Yeah.
To go on that kind of a crazy streak at the end of the season.
Yeah, I got really, really mad.
Yeah. I'm sorry. I didn't want to.
It's okay. I'm kind of over that one. There's one I'll never get over. And it has nothing to do with the
No,
Padres,
we're not going there.
Do you what was the year that baseball got canceled? When the strike canceled the season, which by the way is another thing.
It's like 94 or something like that.
Okay. Look up Tony Gwynn's batting average that year. He was hitting, I think it was hitting north of 390. He had a shot to hit 400 in the modern day. Is 94 still a modern day?
He hit 394 in 110 games that year.
Okay. So
Yeah.
the season gets canceled with him hitting 394 with about a month to go. The Lakers also got.
I mean, you're stretching it, Doug. It's not like you did anything after that when he hit 368, followed by 353 and 372. I mean, big deal.
Right.
George Brett did the 390 the one year.
Somebody just sent this text over, and I got to check if this is true. You know how I said Gail Goodrich signed with New Orleans, and so the Lakers got 2 firsts and a second?
Right.
Do you know who they got with the other first?
No.
James Worthy.
Come on. Really?
Again, we don't know what the rules were, but apparently when Gail Goodrich signed, who was a Laker, signed with New Orleans, the Lakers got 2 firsts and a second back. And those 2 firsts turned into Magic Johnson and James Worthy. Oh, it's crazy. 248-539-9797. Okay, so somebody brought up the fact that St. Louis went from worst record in the league to the Stanley Cup in one season. They were in last place in the entire league in January and ended up winning the Stanley Cup. Stanley Cup combatants are set. Las Vegas emphatic win, 6-0 to win their series. over Dallas, 4-2. Saturday, game 1, Florida at Vegas. Gator, you know what Vegas did last year? They missed the playoffs. So is that, like, of all the things that have happened in the postseason, like Florida was the 8th seed, made it to the Stanley Cup Finals. Is it more relevant information to us here in Detroit that Vegas was a non-playoff participant last year?
Yeah, I think
because Florida went from a 1 seed to an 8. I think weren't they 1 seed then an 8 seed?
I believe so. Yeah.
So they had the makings of a good roster.
Yeah, and I think this is hockey, right? We talk all the time, and hockey, you just want a shot. You just want a chance. Give me a chip and a chair, and I'll play as long as I can.
Yep.
And we've seen teams do what they've done, and here the Florida Panthers are doing it. I think it's relevant to the Red Wings because we saw them be relevant into March this year, where at one point they did actually have that second wild card spot. They had it for a day, and then things changed. But it was March, and that gives us hope that, okay, they're putting this together the right way. They're doing it all through the draft. They added some free agents as well. But for the most part, they're getting performances from their draft picks that Yzerman has made. They're starting to play, right? We saw Mo Seider in his second year. He looks really good. Lucas Raymond, second year, looks really good. We got a glimpse of Marco Kasper. Love it. Okay. And, Dylan Larkin seems refocused, and he made the move, and there goes Bertuzzi, but let's see what else we got here. And now's the time. Now's the time to make that next step to make the playoffs, and the Red Wings can do it. And the rumors are swirling all over the place that they're going to make some kind of move.
Yep.
And it's a very important offseason for Steve Yzerman. And yeah, I think he looks at this and says, Vegas did it. Why can't we?
It's more relevant to talk about Vegas than it is Florida.
Right.
Florida, a 1 seed the prior year, 8 seed this year. So they had talent. Vegas was out of the playoffs and got in this year. But
they steamrolled Dallas.
Yeah.
They just did. Even the 2 games they lost, they went to overtime. It was like all Dallas could do to hang on and scrape out a win there.
Great.
Yeah.
And still went to overtime.
I've been very impressed with what Vegas has done. If I had to pick a winner in the Stanley Cup Finals, I would pick Vegas over Florida. But, both teams have talent. It's going to be a fun series to watch.
Feedback coming in here. I don't know how much you guys value advanced statistics, but Torque has still been one of the most unlucky hitters in baseball this year. 87th percentile for hard hit percentage and above average hitter for expected batting average and expected slugging. He's just having a very unfortunate season. Well, this is the old hit it hard, but hit it right too.
Yeah, I believe it I think you watch him play, there's just some bad luck, man, because he is scalding the ball at times, but it's right at somebody.
Yeah.
It's unfortunate for him. So, yeah, keep doing what he's doing, and eventually are they going to fall into play? Yeah, they will. What bothers me is that I want to see the ball being lifted up and over the fence, getting into the gap with those line drives. Not just they would be base hits, but they would be extra base hits.
Yeah, and, I wonder, we asked this question last week, how does he feel with Riley Green blossoming? They've always kind of been connected at the hip. They have an amazingly close number of plate appearances.
Yeah.
Like they were within 20 plate appearances of each other.
Less than that.
Last week when we took a look, and you have Riley Green, who the light has gone on, and he looks like he's emerging as one of the better young hitters in the game. Is this overwhelming emotion? Is he encouraged? Look what's happening with Riley. It can happen with me. Is he fired up for his buddy, or is he worried that he's falling behind? And this game can beat you up. It is a tough game to be successful with. It's filled with minefields of as soon as the book is out on you that you can't do this or you can't do that. But at the end of the day, it's a type of deal where as the light's going on for one, I think now the pressure turns to Torque, right? As people are going to be, well, is it ever going to happen for him?
Well, this is why I think it's great to have a manager like A.J. Hinch that can help calm the situation. If Torque is frustrated, I don't know if he's frustrated or not, but I think having a manager like AJ Hinch that understands all of that, understands the analytical side, also understands the baseball side of it, and calm him down and say, look, it's going to happen, man. There's no question. You're hitting the ball hard. You're seeing it so much better than you did last year. Last year, you couldn't hit anything that was in the strike zone.
Yep.
Now you're not only are you hitting it, you're hitting it really hard. Unfortunately, it's at some people too many times, but that will change too. Just keep doing what you're doing.
248-539-9797. It's Carson Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket. All right, so this is, I can't believe it happened, but it was just when I was coaching baseball. We had our last game of the year back when the kids were like 12, and we only had 9 kids. It was like, middle of July, and people were starting vacation, so we only had 9 kids. And one of our kids got hurt, and we were like, well, we'll just play 2 in the outfield. The umpire said, actually, the rule is if you can't field 9 players, you have to forfeit. So the kid was like, I can go stand there. And we're like, we don't like that idea. Yeah. And we talked to the dad, and the dad was okay with it. And we said, all right, go down the right field line and just stand in foul territory.
What was hurt?
I think he had turned his ankle or something. And the umpire said, you have to be standing in fair territory. And we're like, and we had like an inning to go.
Right.
And so we're like, all right, just put 1 foot in fair territory, 1 foot in foul territory, and take a knee. So he's on a knee down the right field line. And in that last inning, there was a line drive hit directly to him, and he caught it.
Nice.
Yes. So Zach Wada.
Way to go, Zach.
It was hilarious. Absolutely hilarious. And of course there was a ball hit through. He's like one inning out there on his knee. And,
oh crap, oh crap, oh crap, oh crap.
And then he caught it and smiled. And we just went nuts. But Scott sends us up. Hard to believe. Wasn't Detroit a finalist to host the 1968 Olympics? I think Detroit did make an Olympic bid, a summer Olympic bid for the 1968 games. That would definitely be one that's hard to believe. You doing a quick Google search for us?
I am. Detroit's failed bid to host the 68 Olympics.
I mean, that would have been crazy, right?
And that would have been, that happened. They tried to bid on.
Was that the one where there was going to be some crazy domed stadium? Maybe the first retractable roof or something like that? I seem to have some vague memories of that.
This is from OurDetroit.com.
Yep.
It says, between 1944 and 1972, Michigan business and civic leaders lobbied for Detroit to host the quadrennial event, being the Olympics. During the early years, Detroit faced the IOC vying against the likes of Chicago, Philadelphia, and San Francisco. Each time, Detroit garnered a modest number of votes. Detroit's reputation as one of the world's great cities proved invaluable when, beginning with the 1960 games, the U.S. Olympic Committee ruled that only one American city would represent the nation before the IOC. Interesting.
Well,
spearheading the 64 and 68 bids was Fred Mathai, a University of Michigan grad and chairman of American Metal Products Incorporated.
I got the final 4 cities in 1968. Detroit, Lyon, France, Buenos Aires, and Mexico City. Detroit finished second. In fact, Detroit, this is crazy because they were bidding every single year. 52, Detroit finished 5th. 56, Detroit finished 4th. 60, Detroit finished 3rd. 64th, Detroit finished 64, Detroit finished 2nd. 68, Detroit finished 2nd. 72 was our last bid, finished 4th.
They finished a distant second to Tokyo in 64 and obviously to Mexico City in 68. That's I did not know that. It's amazing.
Yep.
That happened.
That actually did.
Could have had the Summer Olympics here, huh?
Yep. All right. So Le'Veon Bell this weekend said he used to smoke pot before Steelers games.
Yeah.
So, did he say why? Was it for pain management or did it?
I didn't see a reason why. It was just he was on a podcast and just kind of talking about it, almost like matter-of-factly. And anytime I hear that, I don't know what to believe. Like, did you or did you? If you did and you're saying it like, I don't know, it almost sounds like you're coming off as if you're bragging about it. Mm-hmm. I didn't hear the podcast. I just read the story about it. But I didn't like hearing it. I don't like hearing it because I think it betrays the trust of your teammates. I think it's disrespectful to the game. if that was your attitude, like I can get high and go play the game. You know what I mean?
Yeah, didn't somebody
rubs me
else
the wrong way.
somebody else say they did that? You know,
And I know there've been other famous athletes who've done this in the past, and Fergie Jenkins and all this, and it doesn't make it right. I still don't like it. I don't like it at all.
well, I guess the question is if it's to deal with pain management, or if you actually played better. Now, of course, back then it was illegal,
Right.
but it's like saying, well, steroids may be better. If it's illegal and it's against the rules.
It didn't sound like, I'll put it this way, because I would agree. If it's for pain management, we know that there's definitely
Some medicinal uses
some absolutely
of value.
valid and good uses for it. No question about
It's
it.
not illegal now.
It's not what it sounded like when he was talking about it. And I could be wrong. Maybe earlier on or afterwards he further stated, yeah, I was in a lot of pain and I used it for pain management. But it sounded like he just wanted to get high. So I want to be fair with it. Because if he had been a guy, if it was just, hey, felt like doing something so I got high before games, I think that's ridiculous. If he did it because of pain management, I can understand that.
Well, yeah, maybe you got too amped up before games. Maybe that was what this is about. And
I don't know. I mean, I know
focus in or dial in a little bit more.
I know people that have said in the past, people that I know have said in the past, oh yeah, I'm better when I drive a car if I'm high. I'm like, what? That's ridiculous. It's absolutely ridiculous.
Well, this is one of those deals where you don't want that. If you're putting yourself at risk, that's one thing. When you're putting other people at risk, I'm not so sure that that's the best idea.
Well, it's definitely not the best.
No. But at the end of the day, I mean, as far as Le'Veon's concerned, I mean, how do you think his teammates feel about it?
I mean, after the fact, if they knew or not, I can't imagine they were happy, but who knows? I mean, look, players have done crazy stuff before games.
Sure.
I'm sure players have played when they were high on cocaine, or if they know that they're not up for a drug test, that they'll take chances with other stuff. I've talked to other players before about what kind of drugs they took before games, like painkillers and uppers and stuff like that to get them ready, and it's like a ridiculous cocktail that some people would take, but it was all within the rules of the league at the time, even though it's doesn't seem like it's on the up and up. I didn't hear what Jansen said this morning about it, but I wonder if he has the same attitude that I did, where it seems like it's disrespectful.
I mean, John is I'm going to guess here because, again, I didn't hear it either, but he has so much respect for the game and the sport, he wouldn't want it disrespected in any way. And certainly, he was a true pro. I think that's one thing we've come to understand about him. But if it hurts a player's performance, I'm not sure why they do it. I think a player would only do it if it thinks it helped their performance.
Right. But
because you have such a short window to make your money that you want to make yourself as much money as you can in that period of time.
But in today's climate, you're absolutely right. It's used for pain management. It's used for reducing anxiety. There are many uses for it that would make sense. I don't know if the league's drug policy allows for it or not, because it's not legal in every state. It's not a federal law that pot is legal. So it's a tricky subject.
It is. And the NFL isn't the only league dealing with it, and how to navigate that with different laws is it's like the NIL thing. Different laws in different states.
And because there are edibles today, and you wouldn't know just by walking past if somebody eating something that hey, guess what's in there?
Right.
I mean, I imagine that at the workplace, it's probably an issue for employers that how do they police it? Like, I don't mind if you do this after work, but during work, don't do that. Can't do that. It's like you're can't sit in my cubicle and have some some Flying A Spirits bourbon while I'm doing a show.
No. 248-539-9797. Some people on Twitch are pointing out that had Detroit won the Summer Olympic bid, might have been right in the heart of the riots.
Well, 68 was the year, so 67 was the year of the riots.
Yeah, so it would have been coming out of that.
Yeah, I don't know if they may have lost the bid quickly, which would have been sad.
Yeah. Just still wild. Absolutely wild. Detroit was a finalist for like 6 consecutive Summer Olympic Games. Got votes to host.
Let's go, Duggan. Get it together.
Yeah, let's get
the bid going.
Get another bid in. Hey, you're invited to the summer mocktail party at Tropical Smoothie Cafe. Try the refreshing mocktail smoothies for a limited time. The strawberry margarita and island punch smoothies are making a big splash at Tropical Smoothie Cafe. Try them before the summer mocktail party is over. Make every day a getaway with the bold flavors and better for your pairings only at Tropical Smoothie Cafe. Tropical Smoothie Cafe brings the goodness with fresh made-to-order smoothies and food. Add more good vibes to your smoothie with the fresh add-ins, almond, spinach, kale, chia seeds, and ginger, or supplements like fat burner, protein, or energizer. Do what I do. Take advantage of the Tropical Smoothie Cafe app. That way you order ahead, take the scenic route, save yourself a bunch of time. You earn rewards points by using that app, and you walk in, your smoothie's sitting on the counter with your name on it, ready to go. Visit tropicalsmoothiecafe.com to find a cafe near you. Tropical Smoothie Cafe, you're on Tropic Time now. You made a great point during the commercial break because we're doing the topic of things it's hard to believe that happened in sports. And there have been some great ones that have come up, like Detroit being a finalist for a Summer Olympics and Eastern Michigan making the College World Series final, Butler going to back-to-back national title games. The Lakers getting James Worthy and Magic Johnson because Gail Goodrich signed with New Orleans. Larry Bird getting drafted the year before. Boston drafting him when he was a junior and he couldn't come out and held on to his rights for a year. Crazy stuff that happened. And you brought up one we're currently experiencing. Go ahead. I'm not going to steal your thunder.
I can't believe that USC and UCLA are joining the Big Ten. I can't believe it.
There's a bunch of layers to that. Like USC and UCLA are joining the Big Ten, and the Pac-12 is on life support. Like that conference might be gone.
Dennis Dodd from CBS is saying that Colorado has had substantive talks with joining the Big 12.
Going back to where they started.
So this takes me back to a few weeks ago when I remember reading something from one of the college writers that said this is the dominoes. Once they start to fall, that the Big Ten is they've had preliminary talks, or at least they've kind of screened and cleared the way for, was it Oregon and Washington?
Yep.
To come on over, but they don't want to do it right away. They want to wait for other dominoes to fall. So here's a domino. If Colorado ends up going to the Big 12,
weakens the Pac-12.
Then, it's a house of cards going to come falling down.
The thing is, like in this day and age, what you're after is media markets. And if the Pac-12, and I'm not following it closely, so I don't know that they haven't done this. SMU gets you Dallas, UNLV gets you Vegas. And, you went and got Utah, you got Salt Lake City, you went and got Colorado, so you got Denver. You're trying to own the West Coast. Instead of recoiling and going backwards, I don't know why they aren't trying to get some schools that might be available. Maybe they are, but.
Well, if you're the Big 12, are you thinking that same thing too?
So
you've already got Baylor, but do you want to add it to further solidify? Because you got fans of Dallas.
TCU get you Dallas, but if you.
Well, Baylor's Waco, I guess, but close enough.
TCU is the one that gets them the big market. So I don't know, man. It just strikes me that it's sad, but you're right. We are living a modern day. I can't believe this is happening. Pac-12 might be going away, and USC and UCLA are coming to the Big Ten.
How many years do you think? Do you think in 3 years or in 5 years everything's going to look completely different? Like, are we going to be going in 5 years from now? Are we going to look at this and go, oh my God, we got Big Ten matchups this weekend where Michigan State is hosting Washington. Mm-hmm. Michigan's traveling to UCLA. Ohio State's got a big matchup at home at the Horseshoe, taking on, Washington State.
And Rutgers is getting pounded by Oregon. Yeah. I think it's 5 years because these decisions will be made, and then it
takes a couple years.
It takes a few years before they go into effect.
But it sounds like the Pac-12 is just ready to blow up, right?
It does.
So maybe it happens faster because of it.
Regarding Le'Veon Bell's admitting over the weekend he used to smoke pot before games. I doubt his teammates gave a crap. The guy was the best running back in the NFL at the time. I really highly doubt they cared. Marshawn Lynch would reportedly have a shot or two before games, supposedly. Next text, Le'Veon Bell may have been using marijuana to focus, maybe his ADHD. That's not being disrespectful. No,
I said there are plenty of reasons for it not to be. I'm just saying if you did it just because you felt like getting high, I think it is.
Yep.
But that may not have been the case.
May not have. And again, we didn't see any reason offered up. He just admitted that he did it. So take it for what it's worth. 248-539-9797. Did you see that story about the golfer that was impaled by the tee?
No.
A college golfer from Oregon withdrew from the NCAA championship after a tee went through his shoe and impaled his foot.
What?
Yep.
How does that happen?
He's taken to the hospital and given crutches. A tee, he had a tee go almost all the way through his foot Saturday. I'm not seeing how that happened. He must have stepped on it, right?
Well, how does it? Wait, you hit the ball, the tee flips up and lands perfectly upright,
and then you step on it,
and then you step on it. Is that how that works?
Yes.
That is fluky.
The only thing I've had, you know how you hit a tee and it can fly anywhere?
Yeah.
Once it landed poking into and it's a miracle, but it was sticking into my driver, the actual club head, had like some
grooves?
screws in it,
Yeah.
and it landed and stuck into one of the screw heads, which is like a 1 in a million chance. But then
Yeah.
again, it's a 1 in a million chance that it's going to go anywhere.
Yeah, but I mean that's just kind of crazy how it just falls because those things are incredibly light. But to impale your foot,
Mm-hmm.
I don't know how how that happens. I mean, it has to be like the perfect. It has to be sitting up perfectly for you to step on it. If you don't see it, and you just walk into your next shot, and then boom, like the hell happened here?
Yeah.
I stepped on a tee. Like you would think that it would automatically like fall to one side or the other before piercing the shoe and then getting into your foot.
Right.
I don't know, crazy.
Doesn't seem like that could happen, but I mean, if it would take just the absolute right angle. So apparently he's not going to be able to walk for 2 weeks, and yeah, he stepped on it. That's what happened. He stepped on it. So that would suck. Of the golf injuries I've heard of, this is the worst one. There's been back injuries. There's been you hurt your elbow, your joints or something, but this kid stepped on a tee. What a crappy way for your NCAA finals to come to an end.
That is not a good way.
No.
No. In the world of golf, and if you can't walk on it for 2 weeks, that had to be. I mean, obviously, it's a really serious thing.
Well,
I'm having a hard time understanding how you can step on it.
Well, the one that would really, 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 really hurt is getting hit by a golf ball, and that does happen.
Yeah, that happens all the time. Or hitting the ground too hard and breaking your wrist. I damn near did that twice.
Oh, with your swing.
Yeah.
Yeah, you didn't fall.
No.
Yeah. So my son has a friend who somebody yelled for, and he turned and looked. The ball hit him right in the mouth and knocked out teeth.
My brother hit a ball in his bachelor party. It hit his best man who was playing in the group ahead of us about 150 yards out. And he yells 4, and his friend Tony turned around, hit him right in the chin, split his chin wide open a week before the wedding.
That must have made for some great pictures.
There were some great pictures.
Should your brother have not been hitting?
That's 100%. It's 100%. Probably should not have been hitting. Probably should not have been drinking.
They all go together, don't they?
Yeah,
Oftentimes.
Kind of goes together on a random Saturday in September. Yeah.
Mike Valeni has made his way into the studio, and he's on deck.
Step on a tee or have your team make Game 7 to choke the way the Celtics did.
Yeah, well.
Step on it. No, there's no well. Step on a tee.
You'd rather step on the tee?
Yeah, it's quick. It's painless. It's not a 2-week drain on your life of emotion.
What about stepping on the opponent's leg?
What do you mean?
Wasn't that what happened last night? Do you buy into that? That's what ruined it for the first play of the game?
No. Tatum jumped up, grabbed the ball. He came down on the guy's foot. The second thing is...
I'm saying, because of that, he rolled his ankle.
Nah. Because Jaylen Brown played like a putz. It's just the whole... they're soft, and that's the problem. You don't end up in all these Game 7s if you're sweet. Like they did this last year. They needed Game 7 in every damn series, and you're like, guys, at some point, like, learn to put people away. Like, why were they in Game 7 against fake Philly? Because it's who they are. It's just, I'd rather be swept. I'd rather it would have ended, a week ago or whatever it was.
Well,
that was horrible.
Well,
that's bad, man.
The city of Boston has had a lot of wins.
Yeah, I know, but I'm not a Boston fan.
No,
I'm a
you're
Celtics fan. I hate the rest of their teams.
But
I can't say that's. Come on.
The idea that their two spring sports have both lost Game 7s at home to 8 seeds.
Oh, I dig that.
Yeah.
I do. No, and I'm not mad at all. I wish you would have cackled more when you were talking about it earlier.
Yeah.
Like, no, if you're a Celtics fan like me, you can't be offended. Hell, I hate my team right now. Say whatever you want. Now, here's my question. I'm going to offer something to Piston fans.
Okay.
Okay. We've heard the reports all year, rumors, whispers. You want Jaylen Brown?
So I saw that.
I'm going to tell you what it's going to cost.
You're going to put a price tag on it?
I'm going to put what I think is a league appropriate price tag.
Yeah, okay. I saw a rumor involving it. Well, it wasn't a rumor. It was a proposal from Amari Sankofa, who had 3 different proposals. Sure. And one of them included Jaylen Brown, and it seemed like it was a lot to give up.
Well, here's what people need to understand. And like I couldn't believe somebody called you with Erod for Gunnar Henderson. God, you guys are doing God's work. I would have hung up before the N in Gunnar got out of his mouth. Like, the Nets have already said no to 4 first-round picks for Mikal Bridges. 4. Your number 5 pick does not move the needle for anybody, people. Stop it.
We were talking about how in the 60s, I remember reading a story about how NFL teams would show up at the draft, and one of them had a Street and Smith college football preview magazine from the year before,
In
a
the
preview
60s.
magazine in the 60s. So they were going into the draft with a college football magazine previewing the season that had just ended. I feel like we're getting back to that era where the draft picks just aren't as valuable as they used to be, at least in the NBA.
I mean, the NBA is a different beast. I
Yep.
mean, I don't know, Rico, you're like me. Like, yeah, there'll be a player who pops, but the minefield, like the amount of bums, it's just a higher level than other sports. Is that like there'll be a guy who goes somewhere between 5 and 15 who turns into a star?
Yep.
But the other 9 aren't even going to be functional.
There's less information available on that draftable field of players than
And it's
And
also
then that guy from 5 or 15 may not be a star on his original team,
right.
but when he gets, I call it like the Chauncey Billups. But then all of a sudden on team number 6,
Right.
the light
Or-
clicks on and you're great.
Or you go to Miami, sign a blood oth with Satan, join the Illuminati, and turn into a star. Thy name is Max Strus or, Duncan Robinson.
teams unbelievable.
But they're everything the Pistons would have to become, right?
Yep.
Player development, an edge.
right there.
Well, they got a coach.
Great coaching.
Why is Chris Quinn not getting an interview here?
Don't know. I wondered about that.
I'm serious.
Yeah.
Like, I don't have the perfect candidate, but
But you got to wonder, is it the Bill Belichick thing where the
Everything
assistants-
falls off the tree.
The assistants are, because
what are you going to do?
Well,
Hire Mini
assistants are
Hooper?
getting hired all over the place, right?
No, because in theory, with the player development and stuff, I'm not saying this, but like Juwan being down the road would be a shoe-in
Sparty.
because he was under that coaching tree and he's been in that organization. He's learned from Spoelstra. So it's I think it's like Belichick, where all of a sudden your assistants are not you.
You pumped up for Kevin Ollie?
Nope.
You know what? Kevin Ollie tells me we're not going to do a big splash in free agency. We're going to develop our players. He's a G League coach, and it's kind of one of those guys you got to trust us on this. I think he can get the most out of Duren and all of these young guys.
It's not going to be Kevin Ollie.
It's gonna-
Oh, look at me.
I mean, when you put out the cryptic
Hell if I know.
IG post,
I know, it was weird,
next
but
chapter.
I don't
I
know why
would've
they're not
thought-
interviewing Budenholzer.
I'm pretty sure the minute the A and Arn Tellem left his mouth, Budenholzer would be like, yeah, I'm not going to Detroit. Have a good day, guys. or Budenholzer would hit you with his own elevator music.
How is he not a candidate for any job, though?
Once again, hi.
Like,
This
he's
is,
not even being mentioned in the other openings. Like, this guy won an
Not-
NBA championship. The NBA's changed. It's no longer, you can't, you need more than one superstar
hey.
to do it.
Doug's right. Hey, he
It's
wants to
okay.
hit the button.
No, if he wants to go.
No,
He'll
you're
let him
like
go.
Josie Wales over
I might
here.
get up and leave, but you can keep going.
I was just saying. I don't know.
Do the
I
business.
see. I thought he was. I
Hey.
thought he was going to end up in
bring
Toronto.
That's enough out of you.
Stay
I'll
safe.
do it.
Respect. 9.
Brought to you by Awaken 180 Weight Loss. The Tigers will try to climb closer to 500 in the division lead when they take on the Rangers tonight at Comerica Park. A.J. Hinch will hand the ball to Alex Faedo, who's coming off one of the best starts of his young career, 6 innings with 10 strikeouts against the White Sox. Hinch says the Tigers need Faedo to keep pitching deep into games. Texas will counter with veteran lefty Martin Perez getting better with runners in scoring position. Still an emphasis for the Tigers. Their 112 average is last in the American League. Detroit enters the game 25-27, 2 games behind first place Minnesota. First pitch at 6:40. The pregame show at 6:15 right here on 97.1. The 2023 NBA Finals is set. The Nuggets will host the Heat for Game 1 Thursday night. Denver is one of the biggest favorites in Finals history, minus 480 according to FanDuel. Also in the NBA, Warriors general manager Bob Myers has stepped down after leading the franchise to 4 championships. And there's new developments today as former Cardinals wide receiver DeAndre Hopkins looks for a new team. Browns quarterback Deshaun Watson told reporters today that he would love Hopkins to join him in Cleveland. The pair previously played together with the Texans. The Lions, though, one of the favorites to potentially land his services. There's also just 100 days until the start of the regular season, the first NFL action. Of course, the Lions traveling to Kansas City to take on the defending champs. At the Ticket Update Desk, I'm Luke Sloan. For more, visit 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
Pretty sure I would have rather had Gator at small forward than Jaylen Brown last night. Good afternoon. I mean, Gator's got to have better handles.
I felt so bad.
Don't. We're going to get into this. I do want to say that I am not going to continue this broadcast until Paul Serra leaves behind the glass. I don't want to even want to look at you.
Hey, Paul, you don't look worried anymore. Game 7 kind of worked out for you on the road. Was it equally happy for you watching the destruction in Boston?
What are you, Roy Firestone? I don't want his opinions.
Paul, you got to get to the mic. We can't see you nodding your head. It's radio.
Yeah, Paul, mouth moving.
He says the point that he won in Boston makes it great.
Thank you, Paul.
Paul worked with us last week while you were out. I heard. And it was like, he walks in, he's like, he was like Rodney Dangerfield in Caddyshack when he walks into the clubhouse and he's like, oh, I don't know what to do here. I mean, all my teams do is win. And I'm like, die. Get out. So listen, hold on. We can go right into it. I would rather my team have just been swept. Like, rather than go through this last week culminating in one of the most embarrassing losses in franchise history, I would just rather be swept. And it's not a Boston thing or a Celtics thing. It's a sports thing. If you're a Detroit sports fan, you're down 0-3. You're emotionally bereft. There's nothing left. You're numb. Yeah. So just lose. Instead, they got the defibrillators out. They inexplicably win Game 4. Then they go and win Game 5. And you're like, all right, well, now they got to go to Miami. Miami will finish business. David calls up the JC hotline. We got a hot verse. Derek White is basically the Virgin Mary. And you're like, wow, they're going to do this. Then you get all amped up for Game 7. You're ready to roll last night. And the next thing you know, I'm witnessing the Celtics miss 18 of 21 shots. Tatum looks like he's on Quaaludes. I don't want to hear about the ankle. I don't want to hear about it. Jaylen Brown has 8 turnovers.
You got to talk about the ankle.
I don't want to talk about the ankle.
Yeah, it was legit.
No, it's not, because in the same, you know what? Ask Isaiah Thomas about an ankle. What did he do? Drop 25 on a broken ankle, basically?
Well, guys were tougher back in the day.
How about when Karl Malone opened up his skull and he kept going? Like, I don't want to hear it. I just don't. TJ Lang was in the building today. And maybe in retirement, TJ's gotten soft. TJ played 3 weeks in a row on a broken foot. Jack Youngblood played in an NFC title game on a broken leg.
I don't want to hear it. You rolled your ankle. Wah. Bottom line, Jaylen Brown wants a Supermax. You can't play that way. So my whole thing is I left last night going, you know what? I wish they just got swept. What Detroit fan is with me on this? I don't need the performative theater.
Okay, but here's the thing. If they would have gotten swept, Mike, you couldn't have hit the high that you had Friday night. Because Friday night, man.
Saturday.
Yeah, the tip in.
I was ready to donate to David's church.
Second left. Wait, did the shot count? It did.
I knew it counted. Zero BS. I knew it counted. That light was not on.
I was like, I didn't know.
I was in disbelief. It happened. But I think that's good. That's good. And I'm the last guy to do the whole positive route.
But you wouldn't have had that joy. You wouldn't have had the whole, you thought this thing was over at 3-0?
Okay.
Nah, it's 3-3.
Okay, but it's like watching an episode of Jerry Springer. Wife cheating on husband or husband cheating on wife. They reconcile. Faux joy. He never stopped cheating. They discover the affair never stopped. That's what the Celtics did to me.
Mikey.
Right. The only thing missing was Security Steve. I mean, come on. Where was Morey saying you are not the series winner?
Yeah.
And that is one of the worst losses in franchise history. So whether you're a Piston fan, Tiger fan, Lion fan, Wings fan, I mean, look at Kenny sitting there. If the Wings came back from 0-3 to then come home to the old Joe or LCA and lose 5-0 in a game 7, don't tell me you wouldn't rather just be swept. Being swept is like you're getting put down. It's over.
Being swept is the equivalent. You go through all the stages of grief before halftime or before before you hit the third period. You've already gone through you've hit acceptance.
Right. Look at the Tigers in 2012. They go to the World Series. Imagine if they had battled back to force a game 7 and then played that way and did what the Tigers did yesterday. 5-0, no drama, never in it. Hell no. I'll just take Kung Fu Panda hitting bombs left and right. End it. Be done with it. Yeah. Because here's the thing. This was not a game 7 that was like an ESPN classic. This was not, oh my God, no team deserves to lose this one, John. This was, the Celtics looked like they were drugged. Yeah. Or in the case of Jaylen Brown, I know it's not real, but it looked like, I swear it looked like he owed the Mafia money.
Yeah.
That if you told me
it was his time to shine.
Oh, I forgot. You're right.
No, I'm just saying it was like, wow.
Well, don't worry. He's going to be a Piston. I'm going to trade him to you, and it's going to all be okay.
You're right. Because when you lose, like, even going back to like the Pistons Spurs, we all can remember Rasheed, like, please don't leave Robert Horry. Even when you see it on the classics.
Would have rather have been swept in 05 if you're a Piston fan than to know you blew the title in game 5 with Sheed's brain fart and then have to go play game 7 and you scored like 6 points.
But yeah, just the whole no-show at home. Oh, that was embarrassing. I was like, you know what?
And guess what? Like I said it to Doug in the crosstalk. Doug was dancing around it. And I'm like, guys, I know who you're talking about. Oh, Boston fans. You mean the guy who comes on after you? Just say it. Break balls. My feelings aren't hurt. I hate my own team today. Do whatever you like. Take great joy in it. Make fun of it. Dance. Laugh. Have a hootenanny. I don't care.
Yeah. Actually, the last time I felt it reminded me of the 2015 or I guess 2016 MSU Alabama playoff game.
Quick, painless,
where you're sitting there and I think it's over.
I imagine that's what cremation is.
Or you know what?
It's just boom, earn.
Or not even to go that far, Mike. Anytime MSU plays Ohio State.
Yes. 28-0 before the first commercial break.
Right.
They haven't even had the team intros.
Right.
They don't even. The kids haven't even had their picture up on screen. It was 14-0. Right. I would much rather have that than the Celtics battling back to do that last night. And look, the Jaylen Brown thing is going to be a thing until he's traded. I think he played his last game as a Celtic, and the Pistons have had this loose connectivity to him. I'll trade him to you. I'm done. He probably needed a police escort last night. 8 turnovers. Guy's got a toaster for a left hand.
Yeah. This was one where he should have earned his money. He should have said, Boston, I'm worth every penny of the $250+ million you're going to pay me. And after last night, I don't know how you walk in there with your agent and say, we still want the money. Do you?
He'd be better served Xeroxing his ass and bringing it in and handing it to Wick Grossbeck.
Only to drop it on the way to hand it off.
Yeah, this
Turnover
is what I
number 9.
showed you in Game 7 right here. This is my ass. Yeah, I brought 1 copy for every turnover. Here's 8. So, no, I would love to know. It doesn't matter what fan you are. Look, football is different. It's a one-and-done format. It's harder to have the direct comparison. When you are in a playoff series, and I know you remember this if you're an old head, or, Kenny even, you'd have to go back to 2009 for the Wings. You get in these playoff series, they take up multiple weeks of your life. You're playing the same team. You hate certain players. It intensifies. You gain a respect for other players. It's a roller coaster. The point I'm making is if you have a hard-fought series and you lose Game 7 and it's an unbelievable game, you can't say you'd rather be swept. But when you get to that point and no-show, the way the Celtics did, oh, Rico, please. We lost to like a gym class.
See, I thought maybe you took some solace in the fact that you lost your star player. His first shot.
Nah, I don't
rolled
know.
His ankle. No. It's not an excuse, Mike, but
you know
not the same person.
Okay, and that's fine. But you know what I needed Jason Tatum to do? Be a leader.
Yeah.
He's not a leader.
No, I think we've established that.
Now, I have to keep him versus Jaylen Brown.
Right.
Because the Jaylen thing, you had an opportunity to be Batman. You know what Jaylen reminds me of a little bit? He reminds me a little bit of young Kyrie. You get an air about him, I want my own team. I'm the man. I don't want to share the spotlight. Oh, really? All right, homie. Dad's not home. Here you go. Protect the house. There's 3 people at the door with shotguns. What are you going to do? Yeah. And when Kyrie had his chance with his own team, it bombed. And Jaylen wants his own team? Go ahead, son.
Yeah, I go a little bit further back. Yeah, I call it the old Scottie Pippen. I don't
Sure.
want to live in Mike Jordan's shadow.
Yeah,
Watch
really?
this.
You didn't realize how comfortable it was. It blocks the sun out. It keeps the temperature down.
David, you kind of had, I guess maybe a little bit of taste of that 2 years in a row.
Well, I blame David for what just.
No, I mean, I'm like for the Michigan in the playoffs. You had one game where it was over.
And the other side where
you had one game where you still had a shot on the final play of the game.
And which game was easier to tolerate? It was the Georgia game.
Yeah, kinda.
You got put into an urn.
I really don't want to give this man over here joy, but the Georgia one was a little bit easier.
That's
to handle.
easier. I mean, look, the Celtics getting to the Game 7, I don't care. See, I'm not a loser like so many people out there. I mean, for some of you, by the way, and I know the last time I talked to you was Friday. You got to stop with this Tiger stuff. You got to stop. It's not a good baseball team. You got to stop.
14-10 in the month of May.
Wow, a Zeppelin still under 500. So the point is, and you're trading Erod. The whole point is,
and maybe Lang.
Right. Listen, Alex Lang will land you a treasure chest.
Yeah. People overpay for him.
I'm moving him. Oh, but don't worry. It's fun and things. Okay. The point is, I don't care about making Game 7. It was NBA title or bust. So there's no joy in making it. Like if you're a Red Wings fan, the 2009 thing was excruciating based on how the series unfolded. Lidstrom hitting the crossbar with a minute to go. That was an unbelievable series. If the Red Wings went to Game 7 and no-showed, you're like, do me a favor. Just have the decency to get swept and let's be done with it.
Losing Game 6.
I'll throw the number. I want to know if anyone's with me on this.
And I guess, yeah. And then when you
Does anyone remember what a playoff series feels like? 248.
I remember.
Right. We're going to get a call from Colombo. 248-539-9797. And by the way, I'll trade you Jaylen Brown right now. I kind of feel like he's played his last game in Boston. You guys keep bringing his name up to me on this show. Okay, I'll set the price for you, and you're going to hate it. But we'll be the voice of reason on that one, too. People acting like that number 5 pick has any value. If that pick was so sweet, you wouldn't be trying to peddle it like a bag of apples.
Maybe not the number 5 pick, but other things in that scenario that you had.
Oh, there's a lot more you need to give.
Yeah.
248-539-9797. Rico, take him to church.
Okay, from our very first breath, we always question everything. Curiosity is what makes us who we are. Are you ready to unleash your curiosity and your creativity? Then it's time to discover Lawrence Tech's certificate programs in broadcast media arts, digital media arts, and graphic communications through Specs at LTU. That's right. Be curious, get ready to make that magic, and get a certificate degree in broadcast media arts, digital media arts, graphics communication. Meaning, if radio, TV, you want to be a graphics designer, Specs at LTU can be the place for you. Right here on the campus in Lawrence Tech in Southfield. You can walk out, a beautiful day, you can walk the campus, see what it's all about. But they'll get you ready for your next career. Why? Because you're going to hit the ground running. You're going to in your labs, you're going to learn what it takes to actually work in the business. You're going to be taught by people who work in the business. So not going to waste your time with boring lectures, but actual tangible things that can help you create your new path to whatever it is you want to do. Broadcast media arts, digital media arts, or graphics communication. Here's what I need you to do. Go to ltu.edu/specs. ltu.edu/specs. Do that today.
Thanks, David. Lovely. Spring, it's here. Summer's basically here. Get some rest. Serta Arctic, 15 times better cooling power for a better night's sleep. The iComfort, the coolest, coziest all-foam model, and the perfect sleeper if pressure relief is what you're after. Save up to $1,000 during the Serta iComfort closeout event. Serta, family-owned over 70 years. It made in Michigan. Every purchase stays local. Go to Serta.com to find a retailer near you. It's Serta. We make the world's best mattress. All right, David, hit me with a few ticket texts. We can get to the people. Also, if you'd like to send your blame towards David for what took place last night in the Celtics game, you could send that to Greater Life Church on Tyerman Avenue.
Wait, I have nothing to do with this.
I call that a religious tease. Saturday night, you showed me that all things were possible, and then you took it right away. So guess what, David? The donation is off the board.
I thought Jason Tatum took it all away.
Blame you. Why was that ankle there?
God is the scratch-off ticket.
Right.
The playoffs. Game 4. Game 5. Game 6. Give me game 7.
Show me that last 7.
Cherries.
Just kidding. Yeah, bar. Bar. David.
Didn't the Wings do that against the Sharks in the early 2010s? I agree, felt like a waste of my time.
It's a waste of like this week of your life, and you're like, well, then why did you bother? And then Tatum walking in with that stupid anything is possible Kevin Garnett jacket. Do me a favor, kid. Figure out who you're trying to pretend being here. Are you Kobe? Are you KG? How about you just be you?
I would rather get put down than battle back to lose badly. Just lay down and say, Jesus, take me.
Yeah.
Jesus, take the wheel.
Take me now. I am ready to meet you.
Someone says the 09 Cup final was so depressing. Yes, it was.
Right. You're better off just getting swept. It's the emotional save. I didn't need game 7 if that's how they were going to play. And by the way, I mean, we don't have to go, full pivot to it, but right here, right now, Jaylen Brown is going to be arguably the biggest star that could move this summer. You wanna call Arn down at Pizza Central? You want to formulate an offer for me? I'll review it.
I can't, but there's a reason why I can't do that.
Why is that?
Because he's not someone you can build a team around.
Okay, so is there a better player you're going to be able to make an offer on?
No, but I think I think the Pistons realize that, which is why you keep hearing talks of Kevin Ollie as the coach.
Okay, so endless rebuild.
We're gonna go. We like to call it developmental instead of rebuild. Developmental.
You haven't won a playoff game in 15 years. What phase of the developmental thing are we in?
Well, as Detroiters like to say, well, he wasn't here for the other 14 years.
Okay, gotcha.
And Allen says it takes 10 years.
This is a men's league.
Jaylen Brown is somebody that you bring in if you already have pieces in place.
Well, I thought you did. Where's the Piston Boner Brigade to tell me that the young core is great?
Okay, yeah. Jaylen Brown is he's somebody that you send to the Bucks.
Okay, Rico is telling you you're effed. David on the ticket text. There doesn't need to be any pretense here, Rico. Yeah. David, go ahead.
Glad Boston lost. Someone else says, poor Tatum and his ankle. How about Larry Bird coming back after slamming his face on the floor?
Right.
Where were you, Jason?
Larry Bird had full CTE. There's no way he didn't have a brain injury. And somehow, and by the way, it's because technology and medicine wasn't where it is today, finishes the game. Isaiah Thomas damn near broke his ankle, dropped 30.
Yeah, that's what someone also brought up.
If I had to hear Reggie Miller talk about Tatum, and by the way, can Reggie Miller be fired already? He's atrocious on these games. Atrocious.
Did you know that Jason Tatum was feeling better as the cameras show him limping towards the bench.
As Reggie's whining about his ankle, Tatum goes coast to coast for a layup. Well, it can't be both ways.
It's that energy that all of a sudden he got, the boost. Yeah.
We go to Josh, 97.1. Josh, what's going on, buddy?
Hey, guys. Yeah, how about realizing 0 for 12, then you start driving. That's where the game was lost, those clowns. But my 09 has got to be the worst. You're up 3-1, and everybody in Detroit, we all thought, everybody had house parties, everybody was at the bar, everybody was so ready to celebrate back-to-back, and that is the last legitimate title we had in this town, and the Tigers didn't show up in the World Series. The Lions forget about it, and the Pistons forget about it. 09 was the death knell of Detroit sports, and we didn't even get that title, and we were at home for Game 7. That will not top anything in this town.
The moment it all changed for the city of Detroit, because showing up in 12 and getting swept in the World Series means nothing. The moment it all changed was you're up 2-1 in Game 2, and you're on a power play. You're up 2-1 in the series, right? And you were on a power play. And Pittsburgh scores the shorthanded goal. Was it Letang, Kenny?
Yes, I believe it was.
Yes, it was. Don't cry. It happened. It's okay.
Just daggers in my back, left and right. You open the show like this. Now you're talking about the Ken Holland 10-year rebuild.
I would rather have been swept than have Game 7 at home when you were already up 3-1.
Right.
And you gagged 2 games away. That's awful.
But to be down 0-3 and to battle back and then be at home, that crowd.
You're supposed to be there. That's fake hope. So if you bought in, you could have bought in, but you could have stayed out and like, we're not going to pull this off. But when you were already you had to just put the final game away, and you couldn't, and that title slips away from back to back. It's awful.
Yep. No, it's fair. I would have been much happier if they would have just been euthanized in 4 versus making it to 7 to do that. Well, you know what I mean. Like when you get swept, you get put down. It's over.
Right, but you're right. It's you don't waste the time, the effort. We're overmatched.
Saturday night, I'm all hyped up. We got the
right. Yeah, here's the thing.
I almost texted David, God is real, and then you get to Game 7 and look at what you did.
He is. He just showed you, Mike. Here's what happens if you believe in me.
Bar.
You just needed a little more faith.
If I wrote the check after Saturday night, would last night have come out different?
This isn't how it works.
You know what? I need to speak to your manager. I need to speak to your manager.
All I need to see is Jesus on a McDonald's headset. Hello, this is Jesus. How may I help you?
I need to talk to your dad.
Yeah, I'd like to. Who's your supervisor? I want you to explain this Game 7 thing that happened down on Earth last night.
Oh, Mike, my ways are not to be known. You don't understand them. I don't care.
Most expensive pair of seats last night for that game. Yeah. $27,000.
Oh, I had read 35.
All right, split the difference. Can you imagine? I don't care how rich you are.
30 grand.
You spent 30 grand and the Celtics went, here's what it's bought you.
For 30 grand, I expect the janitors to go out there and play some 3-on-3. I need my money's worth.
That's what it looked like. It looked like the scene in Along Came Polly when Jaylen Brown was coming down the floor. Rainmakers. What the hell?
And that wasn't the janitor, you mean? That wasn't the janitor?
I mean, yeah.
I
felt bad for you.
Don't.
I did. No, Mike, because it's your team, and you said, if you know what, I'll know in Game 6. If they're close at halftime in Game 6, I'm back on the train.
I thought we were going to win.
And I felt like I put you back on the train in order for that train to fall off the cliff.
I was outfitting a coffin for Paul Serra. I already had a commission. The whole thing was ready. All right. Ideal You helps you lose weight fast. You can lose up to 40 pounds in 40 days. John Jansen did it. You can too. It means you could have the 40 pounds off in maybe by near the 4th of July. You sign up now, you get $200 in free groceries or $200 Visa gift card. It's your choice, guys. Book that free consultation right now. It's idealu.us. They're different than other weight loss programs. It's worked. I just told you it's worked for other people. It's worked for thousands of Metro Detroiters. It works because they're going to teach you how to get to work. They're going to teach you basically how to live, what to eat, what to drink. You get it. You're going to have your own personal coach. They'll help you lose up to 40 pounds in 40 days. Sign up now or get the 200 in free groceries or the 200 Visa gift card. It's your call. Free country. Book your free consultation right now at idealu.us. All right, so real quick, and we'll get to football. I got a report on Jared Goff that I just thought was interesting for the people. It might be something, it might be nothing. We're going to get to it top of the hour. But I brought this Jaylen Brown thing up for Piston fans. So I guess here's what I'll just put out there. First of all, this is the fourth Eastern Conference Finals the third Eastern Conference Finals that Brown and Tatum have lost. And they choked away an NBA final last year. So that's 4 bites at the apple for the core. If you've had that opportunity and haven't gotten done, generally speaking, you're not going to. So understand, I'm not just hyper emotional about it. I don't think the Celtics are going to pay $600 million to both players. They could. They might. But let's live in a world where I get what I want. And Jaylen Brown is loaded into a space cannon and launched somewhere out of this orbit. Okay, here's the deal. Piston fans have wanted a big move for a long time. We've wanted a big move. And outside of Wojo coming on the air on crack, suggesting Dame Lillard, we're going to live in reality. The biggest name you've heard about is doing a poisonous contract with Cam Johnson. Well, Jaylen Brown might be available. It's going to be very hard to return to Boston after the way he played in this postseason, and specifically Game 7. Boston is not Detroit. Boston is a lot more vitriolic.
I was going to ask you, is there a way that time can heal that wound and you won't feel as angry in a couple of weeks?
Me? No.
Boston fan.
Maybe. But you got to remember, playing for the Celtics is different. It's like what playing for the Wings used to mean. It's a different thing, and you don't get to do that in a Game 7. You don't get to play this way in the playoffs. You don't get to get de-pantsed by Caleb Martin. You don't. Not when you're the one begging for a max team and having your people intimate that you want your own team. So here's the deal. Piston fans, if you want Jaylen Brown, let me outline for you what the ask is. You can call me up, and I'll be Brad Stevens. I'll be Wick Grossbeck. Here's what's going to cost you to get a second-team, third-team, all-NBA player. Allegedly one of the top 20 players in basketball. Cade Cunningham, Bogdanovich, and the number 5 pick. That's what it's going to cost you. And you may fire back and say, well, we want to keep Cade, but it's going to be Ivy, Bogdanovich, and the number 5 pick. So how bad do you want to add a star who has a toaster for a left hand? But that's what it's going to cost. What?
He had a couple of turnovers.
No, bro. This is every playoff with this cat. But I'm being serious with you. You know, I don't care what radio show you listen to or what articles you read or what guys. Anyone living in a dream state where you don't give up Ivy or Cade Cunningham to get a player of this caliber is living in a dream state. Your number 5 pick is just whatever, because if you were so hyped up to use it, you wouldn't be moving it. The reality is, I don't even know if the Celtics would take the trade package you're offering, because the number 5 pick's a non-premium asset. Bogdanovich is expiring, and it depends on their view of a Jaden Ivey. But I'm just offering this to you. You may hear reports that Brown is available. You'll call this radio show and want to know what it's going to cost you. Well, I just gave it to you. And the sad reality is you don't have anything else on this roster anybody would want. The Celtics, sure, Duren would be okay, but it's redundancy. They have Time Lord. They got Robert Williams.
I'm thinking Ivy probably would be more palatable for the Celtics because he's further away from you having to really max him out than Cade is. He could be more of a point guard for you.
Is he?
I said more.
I mean, he's a high-usage player. Needs the ball in his hands. It probably helps Tatum because if I see Jason Tatum initiate another set, I'm going to throw a brick at the TV. I'm just making a point. When I say to you, that's the price, do you think I'm off base? Start there.
You're not off base. The problem is,
you don't want to pay it.
I don't think the Pistons are ready for that. Okay. Now, because Brown is not the alpha. He's not a guy that you're going to.
But he thinks he is.
Well, a lot of people think that they are, and we went through that. I mean, it's, Scottie Pippen thought that he was ready to lead a team.
Okay.
Kyrie thought he was ready to lead a team. It's the difference between thinking you're ready and actually being able to lead a team.
All right. You're out on him.
I'm simply out because he would come here and he would hate life.
Would he? You'd have a big 3 of Cade, JB, and Duren. You'd have a point guard, a wing, and a big man.
I think you would end up with not the same position and minus the injuries, but like when Blake Griffin came here. It sounded great.
Hey,
we got Blake.
I'm just giving the people
and
what they want.
End, we got Blake.
So here's your offseason. Enjoy Kevin Ollie and Dylan Brooks. David, I'm offering you Jaylen Brown. Biggest star on the market. What do you want to do?
Yeah, if I'm giving up Cade, Bogey in the top 5 pick, yes, I'll take it. I will take it.
Really?
Here's
you
why.
Don't even counter with Ivy.
No, here's why. I need Ivy on this team if Brown's going to be on this team. Brown can't dribble. So I need someone that can, and Ivy can. So I would rather have Ivy over Cade in that scenario, and I'll take it. Cade, Bogey, top 5 pick, give me Brown all day.
You would just do it and roll with it.
Yep. Sure would. I'm good with it.
You don't worry that Rico's point holds true?
Oh, I do worry about that. But again, I'm desperate to win. I've given up on the team. This would bring me back somewhat.
But see, here's when teams fall into the hamster wheel. You start getting desperate, so you start doing dumb things.
Oh, I hear you.
But Jaylen Brown's 25. He is an all-NBA player, technically. Now, I think he's a lot of empty calories. The point is, if you have him, and you have Ivy or Cade, and you have Duren, could you get the fourth piece to play with these guys? See, you need to bring someone to town who might get others to come to town.
That's fair.
So I'm just spitballing.
No. That's a great point that you make.
Wojo wanted a big star. And I said, well, look, depending how the Celtics season ends, Jaylen Brown would be the one. I think him making All-NBA makes it really hard for the Pistons. Are you prepared to pay Jaylen Brown $300 million? And then next summer, Cade becomes extension eligible too. Now, not at that level. This is a super max contract that Jaylen Brown is signing. Are you prepared for 33% of your salary cap, essentially? Not quite, but that's going to go to him.
Right. And now you got to hope that he's not a bust. You're not on the hook with this guy, and you're hating life.
The point we're trying to make, guys, if you do it, it's imperfect. If you don't, it's imperfect. This is just, I don't know what your outs are. We did this last week. Rico brought up Dylan Brooks. Hey, you didn't do it because you wanted to. You did it because it's realistic. I brought up Cam Johnson. You want to pay Cam Johnson 4 at 110? Really? That's your answer? And sitting there at 5, what good does that do?
See, I'm glad you just said that because I'm seeing a few texts come in saying, well, I'm not giving 5 up for him. Then what are we doing at 5 if we're not getting that?
Mind you, Portland allegedly offered 4 first-round picks for Mikal Bridges, and Brooklyn said no. So go ahead, take another 19-year-old, sit here and win 25 games next year. You do whatever you want. You're wasting your life.
But see, that's what I'm saying. I look at the Pistons, especially with the Kevin Ollie rumors.
Ish.
They're going to go developmental.
Okay. That's wake me up when it's over. It'll be total recall.
If that's the case, then that's why I said you go after guys you could just get in free agency.
What about this?
That you don't have to trade away any pieces.
What if they take the team and we just wait for an expansion team? Take this one to Vegas, let LeBron own it. Give me a new team here.
Move him to Seattle.
Who would ever know the difference?
But what are you going to do with Mini Hooper?
He'll take a year off. He'll be furloughed. Honestly. You can't.
Does Mini Hooper go to the Kentucky Derby?
That's a flag.
Okay, so this year, Hungry Howie's 50th anniversary, celebrating 50 years of flavor for 50 years. They've been serving high-quality pizza, 100% real mozzarella, 8 different flavors of the famous crust that, well, they invented it, and no toppings from cans. Come on, they're doing it right since 1973. And right now, they've got special menu items all over the place. The 73 Classic, you're running out of time. 73 cup pepperoni, $9.99. And yes, Kenny counted. It's real. Whether it's that, the $6.99 mix and match, it's all there for you. Try the 73 Classic now for a limited time only. It's Hungry Howie's. Restrictions may apply. All right, David, couple of ticket texts. We'll go on the board briefly. We'll get a little football here at 3 o'clock. Just an interesting Jared Goff tidbit for the haters. I think it's something fun. David, what do you got?
Nope, pass, not even close on that trade. If they trade Cade or Ivy for that bum, I'll never watch them again.
Fine. The whole point is you can say no to that deal. What you can't say is it's not realistic. You don't have an understanding of the marketplace. And that's fine. Say no to it. Say you don't like him. Say you want a player with 2 hands, not 1. You don't want to trade for a guy who can't dribble, as David put it. But guys, if you think you're getting an all-NBA player for less, I wish you good luck.
No. You'll get damaged goods, but you're not getting all NBA.
Someone says, what kind of hand toaster, though? Is it a 4-slot 2, digital, old school?
I'd say 2 with a dial. Definitely not digital.
Yeah, the
2 with a dial.
4-slot toaster. Yeah, that's next level.
Right.
Yeah, he is in next level. Agreed. Someone that's listening to us from Vegas says, don't you dare send the Pistons out here to Vegas. LOL. We will take the expansion team any day.
I know you will. That's why I'm offering you this one. I'll even give you the banners. I would start completely over at this point.
Banners, new colors, everything.
No, the banners stay.
Why? You don't have many.
Wait. So is this one of like where Cleveland sent the team but kept the name?
The history stays.
Or are you sending everything out to Vegas and you're starting from scratch?
If the NBA would grant me the number 1 pick, I'd give them everything. They could take Blaha with them.
Well, that I agree with.
No, I'm saying you could take George to start your expansion team and give George a winner. Because now what? In hockey, you could be an expansion team and win it all. Why not basketball?
Off the high glass it is.
The leaning gun.
Vegas, get on your feet.
It's time to meet.
Finn Mason as well, yeah.
We could dig up Elvis's body, have him sing the national anthem. It'd be amazing.
Oh, the dancing Elvis Usher.
Yes. I'm just desperate to have a basketball team in town. But no, I wouldn't give them the banners. No, I wouldn't give them the logo. You got to do what any self-respecting team does, like Seattle. They still hold the rights to Sonics. I'm just saying, you could take this whole operation. Goris lives in California. Just here, we're doing you a kindness. Just give us something new. Because honestly, you don't want to take that pathway. No one's interested in being bad in Continuum. What the hell's the future?
Especially in basketball where it's easier to turn around than any other sport.
I still think the NFL, but it's not worth the argument. It's fine. Let's go on the board. I have something for you. All right, let's have a little bit of fun. I'll keep it brief. Tigers stink. Rangers are good. You're getting Rangers at minus 120. There you go. It's the limit that we ever offer on this show. I don't like betting baseball. Normally, I would only hand out underdogs. Martin Perez, he's not great. He's kind of a fraud. But I don't believe anything Faedo's got going on. And you're giving me a team that's 34-19 with one of the craziest lineups in the league against a Tiger team? I'm sorry, guys. Great. You look functional against the White Sox and Royals. I don't care. You're giving me the Rangers at minus 120? It's worth a look. Now, you say I don't want to bet against my own team? God bless, I get it. Then don't bet anything. But if you're asking me, that's where I'd be at.
You know what? I'm going to help you out, Mike. I'm going to add to that. I'm going to take the Rangers minus 1.5 runs.
Oh, no. Oh, no.
What?
The run line is poison. Don't do that.
Don't.
See,
I think they can. I think they're going to just outscore the. But for you Tiger fans who feel like, well, I don't want to go against the Tigers, throw in Riley Green gets a hit. That's plus 230.
Riley Green has become one of the only legitimate things they have in my world. Him and Lang. I mean, Erod, I like. Some of the pitching might work out, but overall, Green, at least in the last month, he's rounding into form where I'm beginning to go, all right, another month like this, I can believe he's arrived. And I go, okay, building block. Yeah. Torkelson, it's better. I got to have.
He's getting.
I need the power. The walks are nice. I got to have power.
He got rushed too soon.
Kenny, are you upset? What's wrong?
No, I'm great. I'm going Tigers plus 110. Alex Faedo going to have a nice performance. Have you seen his whip numbers, Michael?
I tell you what. Then I don't even need to bet with FanDuel. You and I are betting. What do you want to do?
Can I get the 1.5 at least?
Nah, absolutely
Give me
not.
odds. It's not even money right
Nah,
now.
how about this?
So wait, so in baseball, the
I buy
runs,
you a nicer lunch if you win. You buy me like a lunch that isn't even cooked if I win.
a Lunchable.
Yeah, you get a Lunchable. All right.
Oh, thanks.
Nice vegan Lunchable.
so
I
wait,
can't
wait.
wait when I'm back next week for the Lunchable. Thank you.
So in baseball, it's not your vitamin pills, as you say.
Right.
So you just take the winners or losers.
Yes.
Wow. So we reverse things.
Because here's why. You could be up 3. You could be kicking a team's ass, and some moron low-grade reliever gives up a 2-run pizza, and now you lost.
So try hard guy.
Exactly.
Exact same thing in hockey. Don't take the goal and a half ever. There's an empty net at some occasions. You
That's-
want to avoid that at all
That's
costs.
exactly right. Kenneth. By the way, speaking of hockey, you're betting Vegas tomorrow night, aren't you?
Tomorrow night?
Or
You
is it
mean
tonight?
Saturday night?
Whoa, wait, what?
Yeah, Saturday
Wait a minute,
night.
game 1 is not till Saturday?
Game 1 is not
Saturday.
until Saturday.
What is your Gary Bettman?
Coming live from TNT.
By the way, great TV deal.
Right. Awful. Stanley Cup freaking finals were on TNT
Nothing
on
like
Saturday. We have to
nothing
wait
like
till.
Kenny Smith reading a hockey promo. And we're very excited to have hockey on the network.
Make sure you watch the pregame show on True TV.
Shaq doesn't even know who's playing. It's great.
I guys out
You
there
know what
on
hockey
skates.
is?
They're out there on skates. Chuck, I don't think you could be on skates. Sacramento Queens.
I mean, seriously.
Chuck, I don't think you could do it, Chuck.
Ernie Johnson ceremonial puck drop. Good lead you got going. Anything on the NBA Finals, fellas? There's no value. Nuggets are damn near minus 500 to win it. MVP is Jokic. Let me offer you a value play you can banty about. You can't bet Jokic, and if you don't think the Heat are winning, you can't bet Butler. How about Jamal Murray plus 1,200? If the Heat go zone, Jokic is going to be a zone destroyer. A lot of assists, a lot of kickouts to an open man named Jamal Murray. Maybe he sets a 3-point record in the finals or something. Anything plus 1,200 there? That's a no. Okay.
But I do have one for you, Mike, because the Nuggets have been sitting around basically on their couch eating Cheetos in game 1. I will take the Heat to steal game 1 in Denver at plus 310. They're fresh off of beating Boston. They're still in they're in basketball mode. Man, the Nuggets have been hearing how great we are. We dispatched LeBron. It's going to take a second for that to click back in.
Are there any odds on Udonis Haslem fighting the Jokic brothers during this series?
Okay, can we be done with the Udonis Haslem? I mean, he's basically
he
it's
is Hooper now.
It is. It's ridiculous. But you have a coined phrase called heat culture. You get to have a player coach who hasn't played in a decade.
Maybe he can be the new Pistons coach.
I mean, they're not far off. They're getting to a point where they're about to hire somebody off the street. All right, good. That's on the board. Let's do the football. We'll do it next, 97.1.
It's another opportunity for the Tigers to draw closer to 500 and first place. They battle the Rangers tonight at Comerica Park. Alex Faedo gets the ball for Detroit. He's fresh off one of the most dominant starts of his young career, 6 innings with 10 strikeouts against the White Sox. He talked about that start. Veteran lefty Martin Perez gets the start for Texas, improving with runners in scoring position. Still top of mind for the Tigers. Their 112 average is last in the American League. Detroit is 25-27 entering tonight. 2 games back of the first-place Twins. First pitch at 6:40. The pregame show at 6:15 right here on 97.1. There's also positive injury news for a pair of Tigers starters on the mend. Tarek Skubal will throw a second live BP today. Matt Manning will also throw a bullpen. We're entering Week 8 of the Pistons head coaching search. Detroit is one of just 3 teams that still has an opening after the Sixers hired Nick Nurse yesterday. Former UConn head coach Kevin Ali and Bucks assistant Charles Lee are reported finalists. Former Suns head coach Monty Williams turned down the job. And staying with the Pistons, ESPN's Brian Windhorst reports that potential trade target Jaylen Brown will likely sign an extension with the Celtics. At the Ticket Update Desk, I'm Luke Sloan. For more, visit 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
Three o'clock, nice to have you with us. And I want to pass this along. I want to serve the people. And many of you are, like Jim Costa, you're Jared Goff haters. Now, there was a report that I thought was interesting. Jared Goff, this is from SI.com, that Jared Goff was a, quote, dud at the start of practice just a few days ago. That Goff and the offense were totally disjointed. Here are some direct quotes from the piece. Goff had a difficult time establishing a rhythm with Lions wide receivers, routinely overthrowing them in both 7-on-7 and 11-on-11 drills. There were opportunities for deep plays to Jahmyr Gibbs and Jameson Williams and Josh Reynolds.
His boy.
But the passes were overthrown, didn't have enough air underneath them, and did not give the receivers an opportunity to pull down the catch. Backup Nate Sudfeld showed a much stronger command of the offense, though he ended on a down note throwing a pick. Goff is the unquestioned starter, blah. Oh, so here's the deal. I had to bring this up because Cookies did this last week when you were gone. His anti-Goff sentiment is strong. There are a lot of people that agree with him. I am asking you, is that something or is it nothing? I feel like that is a nothing burger.
I think it is a something. Here is why.
Oh, no.
I'm not saying this is all out panic and freak out mode, but you can't sit here and say how great somebody looks in OTAs and, oh, my goodness, and that's a good thing. Well, if somebody's bad and you report it, you got to sit there and say, oh, boy.
According to Rico Beard at 97.1 The Ticket, Jared Goff's career over after poor showing at OTAs.
Well, David did bury him last year, so.
So hold on. You want to tell me that OTAs and Goff being terrible, according to SI.com, a dud. You think that come on, I just view it as chum in the water.
No, Mike,
for the haters.
It's something to keep an eye out for. I'm not saying that the season is over. I'm not saying it can't get better. But when I hear how, oh, my God, this guy looked great in OTAs and this guy looked great, and we believe that. Well, if you believe somebody looks good, when somebody who's there says, but this guy, not that much. And it's the same things that we've talked about over the years. Remember, he went out and worked with the receivers, and he still can't get your air yards.
Air yards.
They're not there. He's overthrowing. Big playability is just not his thing. Not writing him off, but this is something that, I'm gonna take a look at, because this isn't something new. We thought that got fixed, and it didn't.
I'd like to ask you a question, Rico, if I could.
Yeah, I like. What are you, Perry Mason?
No, I just wanted to interject quickly.
Yes,
What
Mr.
month?
Cott.
What month is it?
It's May.
Oh, okay. It's not September.
No,
we're not about to play the Chiefs next week. That's not going to happen anytime soon, right?
No.
So, are you worried about preseason games when somebody looks maybe bad on a drive in a preseason game? I don't. This means even less to me than that.
Here's why this means something, okay? And maybe because when you see the OTAs, you're not going up against really anybody. The defense is kind of going half speed, and you throwing the ball deep and you can't make it there. That's concerning. You don't have a linebacker coming in your face, getting ready to knock your head off.
It's going to sound like I'm cookiesing you right now, but what about Jalen Carter?
Wait, did you just turn Costa's nickname
Cookiesing. It's a new verb created by this station.
Wow.
What about Jalen Carter? Because you were defending him, as I was, because he had that bad workout. He looked overweight, out of shape, wasn't running the drills right. I mean,
no, but Kenny, he also was a part of somebody dying. So I accepted the fact that his mind wasn't all there. This is problems we've heard about Jared Goff. This isn't the first. If this was the first time, man, whatever, I let it go. But this has always been his problem. And we thought maybe it got better. But when you're overthrowing people in practice without pressure, that's concerning. Not to say that it's oh man,
Evan Jenkins has sauntered in.
Baby steps just came in.
I want to join Team Rico here. And
what?
I agree with what he's saying. And this is why I agree with what he's saying. At the end of last year, who had poor body language when he was underthrown?
Jameson Williams.
And if that continues to happen, I don't know the young man, but also with Gibbs, who's a very fast guy.
Right.
You build that up right here, right now, and then those guys are like, I'm going to war for this man. The moment you break it with those guys and they don't buy it, I question.
Hold on. He was overthrowing receivers.
Well, that's just a lie. I mean,
too much arm strength.
It's like he's dating a supermodel. No, I'm not. She's a beautiful woman, but she's not a supermodel. Like, let's be honest here. He's not overthrowing anybody.
That's what SI said.
Yeah, but didn't have enough air underneath to give them the opportunity to get the ball. Which
he's just throwing straight bullets out there.
He was firing bullets.
The rapport is not there. So I am not saying he's done. I'm not burying him like David did. But, yeah, this is something. It's a little concerning.
That would be the only thing that I would say is just the body language from last year from this guy, Jameson Williams, who's supposed to be your dude going forward, your deep threat. If he's not hitting him, I just wonder what it would mean to Jameson Williams.
All right, so hold on.
Because
let me ask this question. Hold on one second. This is important. People listening right now, if your eyeballs are bouncing off the back of your skull, feel free to call in. I want to know where you're at on this because I only did this to pour blood in the water hoping to attract sharks. I don't value OTAs and I don't value preseason. I don't value it if it's good. I don't value it if it's bad. Hell, I've gotten in trouble before because people are like, you just don't tell listeners not to listen to the game. And I'm like, well, I didn't say don't listen to the game. I just said I don't care. The point I'm making, I want to know where you're at on this. If you're a Goff hater, this is chum in the water. If you're a Goff defender, I feel like you're going to be dismissive like me. But I want to throw the number out, and then you guys can continue. 248-539-9797. Jim Costa texting us live. Go ahead.
No, and I'm going to be the worst kind of person because I'm just so indifferent on Jared Goff. But what that leans me towards is Team Rico, that if I'm indifferent, you got to imagine his teammates are like, can he really get it done?
Right.
We have an official statement from the president of the Goff Haters Club of America, Jim Costa. Jim Costa has written in while driving in his smart car.
Did the car just type it for him?
It might have.
No, I meant smart car like what people drive in Switzerland. The little like one-seater.
The EV.
The point. Jim Costa said, as someone who bleeping hates Goff, even I think this is a nothing. Close quote.
It is a nothing.
No, but see, here's the thing, David. If like going back to the days like Amir Abdullah, if you heard that he was fumbling the ball in OTAs, it means, you know what? He didn't fix the problem. So that's when it's something that's occurred before is still going on, he still can't make the deep connections with his receivers. It's something that you can't be so overly dismissive of.
And also,
Yes.
we're talking about practice, not a game, just practice. But isn't that where they should excel?
No, oh, no.
I mean, Ben Wallace, my man, was a 90% free throw shooter in practice.
All right, timeout.
I'm just saying that.
Did you just do a Ben Wallace free throw shooting reset? What is this, 2005?
Practice is different than a game. So
Is
if
that
you
like
can't,
Miggy being in the best shape of his life?
you lay off that man. This is his last year. He's having a fine time leading this team to a second place position.
Right.
But I'm just saying, I agree with Rico. It should be a little concerning when your biggest flaw on offense is throwing the deep ball and you still can't hit it.
All right. If this takes place in the first week or two of the season, I'm willing to engage in a discussion. But what I've never done is value any of this, like 7-on-7. No disrespect. I always busted Rico's chops. This guy would come back from MSU spring ball. I had a private practice with the team. You're not going to believe how these... And the team goes out and stinks.
That was during the Rose Bowl year he said that.
Yeah, it's a lie. Although I will tell you, he told me in the practices, he goes, I'm telling you, this Wake Forest kid is really good. I go,
He
yeah,
did
sure.
say that.
Sure thing, Rico. He's Barry Sanders. Cutscene.
I had the
He's
same
Barry
exact
Sanders.
response, like, dude, let's pump the brakes a little
Right,
bit.
right, right.
We were wrong. He was right.
Fair.
But that's the only cause of concern. Now, am I going to say that that's going to make or break their season right today at 3:13 on May 30th? No, absolutely not.
It's not. But guys,
But if you got a bugaboo, you got to
Hold on.
solve it.
Oh, here he goes. Get yourself in trouble. Go
Do you have
ahead.
those glasses? Put those glasses on.
I'm
for
only
this.
going to accept Goff slander with your professorial glasses on.
they're out there. You practice how you play.
Oh, boy.
It's May.
Let's go to break.
Hey,
you ain't
David,
topping that.
David, look good, feel good, play good.
That's right.
It's concerning.
Oh, come on.
And you know what? I just got a text from somebody else who was out there, and they gave me the breakdown too. I'll tell you about that next.
No. We're not up against it. You say it right now. Don't you dare. Go ahead. Tell us what Dan Campbell told you.
Said that Goff's deep ball needs some calibration. He overshot Williams early in practice, missed long when Josh Reynolds had a clean release on a go route against Cam Sutton, and then overthrew on a wheel route to rookie running back Jahmyr Gibbs.
According to Rico Beard, retooled Lions secondary blows.
Or
Wide
maybe the
open
secondary so
receiver.
good it's knocking them off their routes.
How about we talk about that? The wide open receivers, new secondary.
It's all falling
You know what,
apart
David?
on May 30th.
David, doesn't matter because you know what Kansas City's saying? We ain't got to cover anybody deep. You can't make it that far.
Kansas City doesn't even know what day it is. They're still drunk from the Super Bowl.
All I'm saying is this.
I just had to ask.
It's something you want to be concerned about. When you see the same pattern over and over again, you would like to think, oh, he took all the receivers out to California, wherever, and they're working on their chemistry. Well, it doesn't look like. And you're going up against nobodies right now.
All right. Time out. What I'll tell you is maybe I'm too flippant with everything but the regular season because I don't pay any attention to any of it. It's all garbage. It doesn't mean a thing to me. And maybe I'm too flippant. Maybe you and Costa, the truthers. How about Costa driving his clown car around town going, this is a nothing burger? That guy hates Goff more than world hunger.
I think Costa just hates anything that I say. It's the opposite. It's a nice day. Well, it's too hot out.
248-539-9797. We can have some fun with it. I had to bring it up. When I saw that, I go, oh, man, the Goff haters are going to be all over it.
It's not hating. It's just something you may want.
If your quarterback needs to recalibrate his deep ball in May, is that a problem? 248.
It's not. He's out of. If this was Hendon Hooker, Okay, he's got time.
Hendon Hooker's in a wheelchair. He's not even going to play
No,
this
I'm
year.
saying.
And he's 30 or 35 or whatever he is.
Right, but he's got one more year before he can retire and get his AARP.
Yeah, he's getting a discount on the Marvel movie this afternoon.
But if this was a rookie, okay, he'll have time. This is your guy, and these are the same things that we heard about before.
People, I leave Rico to you. I got nothing. I'm with Kenny on this. Wake me up on Thursday night in September when they play the Chiefs. Okay. Now, he overthrows J-Mo twice in the Kansas City game. I'll be the first guy to tell you that's not good.
He can't overthrow J-Mo in the first game.
Right.
J-Mo won't be there.
Well, he's going to throw it into the crowd. Hey, J-Mo. Hey, kid, catch. You know
Man,
what?
I could say something, but it'd be so mean.
I had a feeling you were going to do that. I just won money.
Nope. Nope.
You know what?
Not going to be mean before time off. Not going to be mean before time off.
All right. You know what? Let me talk about. You want consistency? Let me help you out, Mike. Consistency.
Don't call Jared Goff.
Don't call Jared Goff. Go out to Hamilton Chevrolet. They are consistent. They don't overthrow passes. They will get you in the vehicle.
Passes.
They will get you in the vehicle that you want. They won't put you in something else because their arm strength is not there. No. Hamilton Chevrolet will get you the lowest payment on your next Chevy, period. They're going to find you every discount, incentive, and opportunity to save you money. Go see my guy Andrew or any of his wonderful sales staff. They're going to hook you up. New vehicles being delivered every day into Hamilton, including the May Rico deal. Still got 2 days left. A new 2023 Chevy Crew Cab. Crew Cab Silverado 4x4. $399 a month for 24 months. You walk in with $999 down. You get 10,000 miles a year. Yes, a hard-working Chevy Silverado for under $400 a month. That's why I say the best deals are found at 14 a mile. Stop in to see my guys at Hamilton Chevrolet for details and make Hamilton Chevrolet your Chevy dealer. Drive away in the Rico deal, a new 2023 Chevy Crew Cab Silverado 4x4, $399 a month for 24 months. Visit HamiltonChevy.com. That's HamiltonChevy.com. Chevrolet, find new roads.
Hi there. So listen, if you're headed to Vegas, go to the D Las Vegas. It's located right in downtown. Revitalized. Listen, downtown is not what it used to be. It's a hell of a lot better. And whether it's the D or its sister property, Circa, they got you covered. If you stay at the D Las Vegas, you get 2 free stadium swim passes at Circa. Whether it's for cocktails, little gambling, people watching, whatever it is, they got you covered. So book your room at thed.com. TheD.com, the D Las Vegas. It is your home for sports in Vegas. All right, we'll get to the people in a minute. And obviously, I know I'm being a smart ass by bringing up the Goff stuff. You know I'm Team Goff, and you know I don't value the offseason. But when I saw the report, I just went, oh, man, Rico and Cookies or any Goff hater is going to love this. So I put on my fishing boots, and I got that bucket of chum and just started pouring it in the water, just waiting for the fish to circle.
It's not a hater. It is just if a receiver that is known for dropping passes is still dropping passes in the offseason when there's no pressure.
You mean like Jamar Chase in the preseason of his rookie year? Oops.
So you're going to take that one example?
I know,
hey, did you hear that a 6th-round pick couldn't be a Hall of Famer?
I know. I'm just being a jerk.
I know.
David, go ahead. We'll knock down a couple of calls. We get some football today. Rico has some scheduling news from the Big Ten, and I'm pretty sure I won't like it because they don't do anything I like. Go ahead, David.
Rico thinks Trey Lance is the next Montana because he made some passes in OTA.
He does not think. I will defend you on that. You have never been on Team Lance.
No, I haven't. Guys, you may not like what I'm saying, but you have to realize it's a problem. If you watch the OTAs, it's 7-on-7. There's no pressure on you, so you have no reason to overthrow guys or make bad throws.
I've heard that.
You're going up against wind. That's it.
It's funny that we call this a problem, quote unquote, and you want to point out that it has always been his problem, and yet he was a top 10 QB last year. I'm just fine if he has the same issues as last season.
Yeah, but guys, okay, hold on. First of all, I don't think this is a problem, and I brought this up tongue-in-cheek. However, you cannot use last year as the barometer for what you're trying to accomplish moving forward, meaning you're trying to win a Super Bowl.
Right.
You must have a deep passing component to your game when you have the likes of Jameson Williams here. When you drafted Jahmyr Gibbs, who is not just going to be running in the flat. This is a guy that is going to be used vertically. Sam Laporta is going to attack the seam. You have to be able to hurt people 20 yards plus down the field.
Right. And if you want to talk about last year, I swear this city basically got neuralized. They don't remember the beginning of the year. They don't remember that the start of every second half was a pick six.
Rico, say better than this. For all the good vibes, they were 3 weeks away from this guy maybe losing his gig.
Yeah.
If they were 1-9, not 1-6, come on.
But it's like, oh, well, he was one of the – no. The team got better. He didn't lead them to the playoffs. And, yeah.
But it was the greatest 9-8 season in league history.
And what you saw was Jameson got angry because you're not getting me the ball deep, and you're still not getting him the ball deep. Don't know. This ain't me. I'm not the quarterback out there missing the receivers. So,
all right.
Say what you want.
Take it easy. David, one more. We'll get to the people.
Wow, there must be no more practices before now in the Lions and Chiefs game. Quit the season now.
I love bringing this up and saying I don't care because it allows me to watch the world burn from a good safe distance. I get to watch the haters and the defenders, and this is super.
These will be the same people when he overthrows somebody. Oh, my God, he's a bum. He took the receivers out there. I'm not seeing the progress. If this is what you're doing against no rush, no
it is
anything.
May. Can we at least get to training camp?
It's May, but it's glorified practice. You should be able to do this because you're – yeah, okay.
Take it easy. Take it easy.
I'm good.
All right, let's go to Let's go to Doug. I'm an ass for bringing this up. Doug, how are you?
I'm not bad, Michael, and you are not a donkey for bringing this up. No, sir. You just wanted to sit back and watch the world burn, and I'm kind of laughing along with you. So,
It's like I read the report, and I'm like, wow, this is what we're doing?
Well, yes, and Rico, I'm sorry, my friend, but don't hit the panic button. That's why we practice.
No, but Doug, and I did not hit the panic button. I said this is something to watch.
So we're not concerned, but we're watching to see if it can turn into something better. Correct?
Right. It's like, let me. I expected more. This wasn't what I expected to hear. When you take the receivers out and you go work on your timing, you go do all this stuff in the off season, and then the first time you're here in Allen Park. Well, wait. Well, what did you guys do when you were practicing?
I agree with that, but I got to give the guys some time to get adjusted and get back into football mode. It's like every year when I come back from a summer as a teacher, I'm not ready to go on that first day of school. I got to get back into my mode, and Jared's got to get back into his mode. And like Mike, I think this is ludicrous.
Right, But Doug, if you as a teacher went to some teaching convention and learned all of this new stuff over 2 weeks, you should be hitting the ground running.
Yeah, but hold on.
Well,
what if Goff?
But we are human, Rico. We are human, my friend. It just takes time.
Maybe Goff.
I agree.
Maybe Goff hit the weights. He came back. He's got Popeye arms, and he's just firing bullets out there, huh?
Throwing bullets out there.
There it is.
Throwing
Okay.
all kinds of bullets.
Come on. We don't know if we got Goff or Mahomes. They're the same guy now.
He's bulked up.
Yeah,
he's the white Cam
if
Newton.
he's bulked up, let's throw him in the bullpen down in the Tigers. See if he can throw smoke down there too.
Perfect. Hell, he probably hit more than Cabrera. By the way, did you have a problem with our topic the other day?
No,
Besides, we slandered you repeatedly.
Oh, yeah, that one, yeah. I'm sitting in Walmart. Listen with the guys. Wow, I probably shouldn't have tuned in. David, it was just bomb after bomb.
Jim and I are just like, well, Rico, people are buying tickets to see Cabrera. A horse's ass. Buy this guy out. Get him out of here.
Hey.
But do you agree with the point that if people want to buy in on that team, you got to give A.J. Hinch a full deck of cards.
Yes.
You can't tie up the roster spot with Bernie Lomax.
I said, Allen Iverson, this guy. Hey,
give him a suite at MGM.
Here's your check. You're done. See you at the end of the year. We'll bring out a rocking chair. Put him on the injured reserve if you want to go.
Make him Udonis Haslem.
Something.
You can give him a uniform, but it's fake. Like he's never going to play.
Especially because they're in second place.
It has no number on it. It's just a jersey with no number on it.
God almighty. Yeah, number 0. All right, Ideal You helps you lose weight fast. You could lose up to 40 pounds in 40 days using real food. We just saw John Jansen this morning sauntering around with TJ. Look, it worked for John, and it can work for you. You could lose 40 pounds in 40 days. Sign up right now. Get $200 in free groceries or a $200 Visa gift card at your choice. Book that free consultation at idealu.us. Different than other programs. It works fast. Can't tell you how much John's lost. I'll just tell you it's a metric ton. The Ideal You, there's no shakes or bars or stuff. Call them, find out how they do it. They're going to teach you how to get on the road to success. And you'll have accountability with your own personal coach. They'll help you lose 40 pounds in 40 days. Sign up now. $200 in free groceries or a $200 Visa gift card. Book that free consultation right now at idealu.us. Somehow a tongue-in-cheek, just kidding presentation has turned into calls. But you know what? To hell with it. I'm having a good time with it.
I am too.
I read, and I'm not making fun of the writer in any way. I just think it's hilarious. The NFL has this hold on us. A report from SI that Jared Goff was a dud in OTAs, that he was overthrowing every deep shot. And I just was like, okay, something or nothing. And you guys, if you know me, you know this is a nothing to me.
Nah.
I don't value OTAs. I don't value preseason. I'm with Kenny. I'll see you Thursday night against the Chiefs.
No, but the funny thing is, like Costa texting in, this is the same guy. Jalen Carter didn't finish a drill. Like, all right, well, yeah. But I saw tape of what he did when he was out on the field. We saw what Goff did out in the field, and it was kind of like what happened in OTAs.
But wouldn't that include him being a top 10 quarterback last year? I mean, he had a really good offense last year because of what Jared Goff was doing. Doesn't that count?
But
You've seen that on tape.
But look at the throws. You know, right out the backfield, quick slants, things like that.
This is the most amazing radio I've ever done. Let's go to the people, see what they've got to say. Go to Steve, 97.1. What's up, Stevie?
Hey, guys. How's it going?
I'm in disbelief.
Yeah, I mean, I don't really put much stock into OTAs either, but also Goff's never been a guy that pushes the ball down the field anyway. He's never been deep balls. That's why I don't care. I'm not worried about it. They're going to run the ball. They're going to throw the ball short like they did last year. They're not going to push the ball downfield. They've never been that way with him.
Hold on now. I disagree, and I'll tell you why. Steven, they are a heavy play-action team, and they're going to go play action between 33 and 37% of the time, i.e. lead the league in it. And when you do it, you're not doing it to throw the ball 4 yards. The idea is they drafted Jama, and they drafted Laporta. They want to be able to hit you downfield. Now, no, I'm with you, Steven. They're never going to throw 70-yard bombs. But, yeah, they're going to take deep shots. That's what he did with the Rams that year when he had a really good year throwing it downfield.
And when you take those deep shots, you need to connect. I mean, it reminds me, I want to say it was Reynolds when they were in Minnesota, and he went deep, and it was like, what just happened here? Reynolds was wide open, and they were like, well, he must have lost it in the sunlight or whatever. And it's like, yeah, you can't have that happen because –
Right, but when you're doing the play-action shots, they're drawn up that way, and that's how he's always been. So that's why I'm not really concerned about it. If it was just out of the shotgun, that sounds about right for him. But if it's a play-action thing and he's missing people, yeah, I'd be more concerned about that.
So, I mean, like I said, this is one, Steve, where you know what? You're going up against nobody. You're not having to rush. You're not running for your life. You set back there, you get your feet set, and you throw the ball. It's really just that easy.
Am I allowed to wait for the regular season?
You are allowed.
Or am I being a Jared Goff fanboy?
No, you're not being a fanboy, and I understand everybody's saying, well, this means nothing, but no matter the sport, how you practice is kind of how you play.
David says he has breaking news. Yes, David, what now? Jared Goff had diarrhea. Should we worry?
No, there's nothing. No, you're good.
Okay. What is it?
No, you're good.
No, you said you had baseball breaking.
Oh, yeah. Well, I do have that for poor Tiger fans.
What?
The Tigers have placed Erod on the 10-day IL. Not to laugh when I read it.
I'm sorry.
Go ahead.
Yeah, something's wrong with his fingers. Index finger? Yes, left index finger.
The point is now you missed 2 starts.
His left index finger.
Left index finger.
I'm never going to be able to trade this. It's probably a blister, to be honest with you. It's probably a blister or he blew a fingernail off. Like, I mean, that's what pitchers do. My point is, I got to get rid of this guy. This must end, this charade. Missed 2 turns through the rotation. All right. It'll be okay. It'll be okay.
You're in second place.
Will you stop? Hold on. Maybe I'm being obtuse. Maybe I'm obtuse on Goff and the Tigers. I refuse to be concerned with Goff, and I refuse to acknowledge the Detroit Tigers.
The Goff thing, you should not be concerned.
Okay, Tigers.
Tigers things, it is what it is, man. You know, this is not going to last. So you ride until the wheels start to fall off, and guess what?
Okay,
they're wobbly right
but
now.
What I said to Cookies when you were on vacation last week, I said, all right, Tiger fans, right? You're holding your 3-foot daiquiris. You're excited. You want why can't Mike be nice? Buy out Cabrera so I never have to look at him again. Call up Justin Henry Malloy. Give A.J. Hinch a full roster. Part 1.
Mm-hmm.
Number 2, work on an extension with Erod that says you're not going to deal him at the deadline, and he won't get to opt out. Do those 2 things, and I will approach this like the Midday Show does. I mean, they're covering it like it's a pennant chase.
Well, it's
you would think it's the fall of '84 the way Doug and Scott are covering this thing.
No, it's the 2020 pandemic season. It's a short season, so that's how they're treating it.
I'm sorry. When do we get to go back to the empty ballparks and play 20 games or whatever it was?
60-game season. That's what they're hoping for.
Season's over next week.
Right. Someone tell Doug and Scott.
Now, if you're still sitting there 1 game out.
We're 2 games out with 10 games to go. Fellas, it's not the pandemic. There's 100 more games.
Right. You got Texas. You got the Diamondbacks, the Braves, and the Twins, I believe, coming up within the next half of a month.
Here's
Gators out there selling cardboard cutouts for the playoff drive.
Here's another update on Erod. It
Sure.
is not a blister. It's a left index finger pulley rupture, which is worse than a blister, according to someone.
We're effed. A pulley? What is that, a ligament?
Yeah, it's near the ligament. Yeah,
he
I'm
blew
looking at a
ligament
picture.
on his hand?
On his pitching
It's next to the flexor tendon.
Okay, David, it's a finger.
Oh, I'm sorry. We're not doctors.
Which digit?
The index.
And are there any finger doctors in the audience?
248. Or we just get Costa in the Smartmobile.
Dude, I got to figure it out. I couldn't believe it when he drove away the other day. It was like the little robots that deliver the pizzas. And he was leaving the park. I'm going, what the hell is Cookie's driving? He's got 1 seat.
I'll be on the lookout for this car later this week.
Why is Jim Costa driving my pool vacuum?
Hey, Cookies, is that a Roomba? Is that the Roomba? It's like the cat riding the vacuum cleaner.
And I don't care when anybody drives. Hey, live your life. It was the smallest vehicle I'd ever seen. And I'm like, does this kid thinks he works in like Venice or Luxembourg? It looked like something you'd see in Europe. You know, where they have the little alleyways to drive through? I've never seen anything like it. I don't know what he's driving.
All right.
It's a toaster.
I got to be on the lookout for that later this week.
It's modeled after Jaylen Brown's left hand.
But does it have chrome?
No.
It's not the Roberto edition.
No, it's... I got to figure out what it is. It's unbelievable. 248-539-97.
Sell him something.
You can tell I have time off coming up. Northville Lumber, oldest company in the state, largest Trex decking outlet in America. Nobody stocks more. Nobody sells more. They sold enough Trex decking and lumber to cover 26 football fields. Listen, there's a reason Northville Lumber sells that much product. They stock all colors, all varieties, railing, lighting, and it's in the warehouse. You don't have lead time, right? How many times as a homeowner you've been told when you're trying to do a home improvement project, all right, well, it's 6 to 8 weeks out. It's horrible. Well, that's not what happens here. Guys, look at the run of weather we're having. If you were thinking about buying a deck, well, this is the deal. Get to Northville. You don't have a builder, no problem. They'll introduce you to a Trex certified pro. And just know that product is right down the road in their warehouse. Call Northville Lumber today or go to northvillelumber.com. That's northvillelumber.com. All right, let's go around the league a little bit. We got some DeAndre Hopkins news. A lot of stuff happening outside of faux panic here in Detroit regarding Goff and this SI piece, which is I'm laughing. Wake me up when the season starts. David, little subpar music, please. Yes, David.
Oh, fellas.
What?
I want to give you something here. Kenny believes that I am a tinfoil hat guy, okay, with this one. But I want to talk about one, Thomas Brady, Devontae Adams, and Jimmy G.
We're doing this.
I'll tell you how it relates. Remember the Devontae Adams comments regarding the front office?
Yes.
Oh, it's best for us. I'll just go with it right now. We don't see eye to eye, all of that stuff. Well, there's more context to those comments now after what we found out over the weekend. And what we found out over the weekend is that Jimmy G failed his physical in March when he signed his contract with the Raiders. They had a press conference to introduce him to the media. They postponed it and sent him home, and people wondered, wow, what is that about? Now we know they included an addendum in his contract because he had to have foot surgery in March. So in order to sign the contract, he had to add the addendum. Now let's go to a couple weeks ago when Thomas Brady signed on to be a partial owner of the Las Vegas Raiders. BetOnline.ag over the weekend because of this story has Tom Brady as the leading odds player to be the Week 1 Raiders quarterback if Jimmy G can't start. So my conspiracy is he became partial owner of the Raiders because he knew what was going on with Jimmy G, and he can now be the Week 1 starter. He's coming back, fellas.
I don't know if you've ever had a owner player.
Well, he could just sell that real quickly and then start Week 1.
You just really won't believe he will retire, will you?
Well, he's the leading the odds getter 2-1 over Brian Hoyer, who also knows the offense. Tom Brady knows it better.
If there were live footage of Tom Brady being eaten by an orca, would you then believe me?
No.
Tom Brady's not starting Week 1.
No, because the orca.
I mean, literally.
No, because the orca swallowed him whole. So just give it some time, and he'll be back.
3 days, he'll be back.
David, literally, a building fell on Tom Brady. Like his mansion collapsed upon him. Would you then believe he wasn't starting Week 1? No, David. No to all of this.
Well, okay.
No. Now,
no one's with me
here. Do you
here.
want to sell me that Devontae Adams demands a trade by training camp? I will buy that. I don't think we've heard the last of that.
I mean, yeah, apparently they didn't do their homework on Jimmy G. You bought damaged goods.
You're kidding.
But, well, then again, you know what? I did say that Brady would be playing this fall. I just had him out in the Bay Area, but he just won't go. He just won't stay retired. He just won't put an end to it. He just keeps showing up. No. I'm just here. No. I'm just throwing footballs to these guys, but no. Not coming back. I'm running plays, but I'm not coming back.
So I guess I am tinfoil hat guy. All right. That's disappointing.
Maybe, you know what? I can't say you're 100% tinfoil, David.
Well, let's see if we can maybe agree on this on a number here. Tyreek Hill had recently said that Tua is going to go crazy in 2023 with all his offensive weapons and the speed that they have. So now, despite his injuries, we know the Dolphins still made the playoffs somehow in some way. But if you are a Miami Dolphins fan, with what the comment Tyreek Hill says, you know what they have this year. Scale of 1 to 10, your confidence that he's healthy the entire season.
I'm at a 4.5 or 5. I love the player, but after what I saw last year, and believe me, I'm surely not a neurosurgeon or anything. Once you've had several concussions, it becomes easier and easier to have another.
Yeah, I mean, it's what drove Steve Young and Troy Aikman out of the game because doctors were like, Troy, you're done. Okay, the next one, and that's it.
Yeah.
Honestly, yeah, I would put it maybe even like at a 3. He's the DeAndre Swift of quarterbacks. You hope for the best, but you kind of have a feeling you know what's going to happen.
So, Mike Tannenbaum, who works for ESPN, quoted as saying he was on ESPN's Get Up over the weekend. He says, Russell Wilson isn't fighting for his legacy. He's fighting for his job. He says Denver, will draft his replacement if he doesn't do anything that Peyton wants from day one. Do you agree with that statement that he's fighting for his job this season? I know they signed him to that contract, but
it's hard because you have to put finances behind it. If you're telling me that they could get out, and I don't believe, obviously I don't have his contract in front of me, but I don't think they can get out after this year without an incredible financial penalty. And remember,
$85 million in debt.
I'm sorry. Then I guess I'm glad I missed that segment on that atrocious show.
But do you agree that they would probably look into drafting someone, though?
Good luck. You can have an $85 million backup?
No, but you know what? Here's what happens. You kind of play on his ego. The same way he got the job with Matt Flynn. You're making all this money, and now your pride kicks in. I don't want to sit on the bench. Cut me a deal, and maybe I'll give you pennies on the dollar. If you can get me out of this, I won't make you pay all of that money. But if you're Denver, you can't compound one mistake with a second. Just because you're paying a guy a ton of money does not mean he has to play on the field. But we automatically assume, well, you're paying him all of this money. Well, you know what? I like winning. Seattle won a Super Bowl the same way with Russell Wilson. He was the cheap guy, but he was the guy that got them to the Super Bowl title. So I do believe that, David, that you could draft somebody and just hope that, you know what, Mr. Unlimited's pride kicks in and he doesn't want to sit the bench. Just get me out of here.
So I want to have a little fun with this since we talked about Jared Goff. There is a video out there, if anyone is just interested in watching a bad quarterback, of Baker Mayfield and Kyle Trask throwing passes at OTAs today, and there are some ugly throws. Is that something?
It doesn't matter. I was told it's just OTAs. OTAs don't really count because,
They don't.
Wait, what month is it, David? It's May? They don't matter.
I'm Team Kenny. Just get me to the regular season. None of this crap means anything, but we're football obsessed. I'm okay with the reporting, but I'm allowed to sit back and laugh. I can't do it. Besides, Baker Mayfield and Kyle Trask, what were you expecting?
Exactly.
Right. It ain't like they're Jared Goff or anything.
Rude.
And then let's close it out with this because Watson has been campaigning to get DeAndre Hopkins in Cleveland. There is a report that came out today.
You know what? That said
yes.
Send him to Cleveland.
Yes.
Go ahead. I'm sorry.
I'm going to say, where did he go? Because there was a report that only 2 teams reached out to possibly trade.
But guys, this is my whole point, and it's been my point for a while. Until or unless DeAndre Hopkins alters his financial demands for what he wants, and again, I read this weekend 4 at 100. Well, good luck. You're 31. Guys, what would be wrong with Cleveland? It would slot Amari Cooper to being a number 2, which is what he probably is at this stage, a possession guy. Cleveland's a running football team. They want to take play action and take deep shots. He reunites with a quarterback who launched his career. It would make sense. Now, again, if he was willing to be smart and wanted to win, this is why you don't want this cat, because I don't think winning's important to him. He would go to Baltimore, take less money, join Lamar, join Odell, join a winning franchise, and go, let's go try to do this.
Well, he's 30, so he knows.
31.
Okay, 31. He knows the better years are probably behind him.
So go win games.
And I think that's why he's going to probably end up a Chief.
Well, listen, better adjust how much you're asking
because I think
for.
the Chiefs were one of the teams that
Chiefs and the Bills were the only 2 that engaged in talks with Arizona.
Right, but they probably said, come here, you'll play for $10, but you'll win games.
Right.
And he went, no, I'm DeAndre Hopkins.
No, they were like, wait, we're not trading for him.
Wait, you thought we were paying you $20 million?
Wait, you're going to drag him out to the curb. We'll just be the first one out there to pick him up and bring him back to our team for free. So, yeah.
If he comes down on what he wants.
I mean, don't you agree?
Yeah.
We talked about it last week when Cookies was with you one day and then he was with me. And I'm like, Jim, I'm not giving this guy a 4-year deal. I'm not giving him a 3-year deal.
But
maybe 2, and it would have to be under market.
But just think of how the offense would look if he was there.
Well, what does it matter? According to you, Goff can't hit a receiver in OTAs.
Hey, I wasn't the one at OTAs missing receivers.
Oh, God, Kenny. It's going to be a long summer.
And that is in football today.
Some unfortunate injury news for the Tigers this afternoon. Detroit has placed starter Eduardo Rodriguez and outfielder Matt Vierling on the injured list. Rodriguez, one of the top starters in the American League this season, injured his left index finger. He will need at least 10 days to rest. Vierling sidelined with back soreness. The Tigers have called up reliever Braden Bristow and infielder Tyler Nevin from Toledo to take their places. Bristow has thrown 3 innings this year for Tampa Bay. Meantime, the Tigers will try to climb closer to 500 and that division lead when they take on the Rangers tonight at Comerica Park. A.J. Hinch will hand the ball to Alex Faedo, who's coming off one of his best starts of his young career, 6 innings with 10 strikeouts against the White Sox. Hinch says the Tigers need Faedo to keep pitching deep into games. Texas will counter with veteran lefty Martin Perez getting better with runners in scoring position. Still an emphasis for the Tigers. Their 112 average is last in the American League. Detroit enters the game 25-27, 2 games behind first place Minnesota. First pitch at 6:40. The pregame show at 6:15 right here on 97.1. And in college hoops, former Michigan commit Caleb Love is headed to Arizona. The former North Carolina guard decommitted from the Wolverines due to academic reasons. At the Ticket Update Desk, I'm Luke Sloan. For more, visit 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
Real quick, and I don't want to do speculative stuff, but David just read something, and I'm telling you, if this is the case, this is actually going to make me upset, which I don't want to do. Is I got some time off coming up. David, why don't you share with the classroom what you just read to me about Eduardo Rodriguez, and then tell me again that this city is not cursed?
Chris McCoskey tweets out, just reading up on the A4 ruptures, looks like generally they take a minimum of 6 weeks to regain full use. Of course, every injury is different.
Here's my question. If it is an injury he cannot pitch through, but they're only putting him on the 10-day, what's the disconnect here, David?
It sounds to me like putting him on the 10-day means they want to evaluate if something further needs to happen.
You kick the can. You don't want to overreact. Maybe see what happens when the swelling goes down. Okay.
They just would have listened to me and traded him to the Cardinals 3 weeks ago. This wouldn't have happened. We would have been fine.
I think they just wanted to make you miserable.
The worst case scenario, I mean the worst. Worse than him being bad. Literally. Worse than him rocking a 4.5 ERA for a month. The worst case scenario would him being hurt. Because if the only tape he puts out there is good, but then he's hurt, no one's trading for a hurt guy.
Correct.
And he could still opt out at the end of the year because he was good before he got hurt.
Right. You had the Cardinals, you had the Dodgers looking for starting pitching. Really anybody.
I don't want to freak out, but David, why did you have to read something that had the words 6 weeks in it? Why? That would lead us right to the trade deadline.
I wasn't trying to find the bad news, but...
No, I'm saying listen, we're not injury experts. That's a weird injury. When you use the word ruptures and flexors, I was hoping it was a blister, 10-day IL, and away you go.
Yeah, I think they're just going to evaluate, but chances are it's going to get extended.
I just really wish I knew a hand specialist, someone that can give us some info on this.
Me.
Dr. Beauchene, please.
See, again, I'm not going to get in trouble before time off. Just not doing it. Are there things I could say? Of course. I'm simply not going to do it. David, the ticket text, please, on all things. And if people want to hit up the Erod thing or if people have combed for info, happy to have it. I don't know. I was hoping it'd just be a quick stint and you get him back after 2 starts. But if he's out for any prolonged period of time, here's what you're missing. You're missing out on him pitching well in the month of June, where teams begin the process of acquisition. And I said it all along. You're not going to move him before June. I made a joke about the Cardinals thing. The reality is, mid-June, you could set the market. If he's hurt, that's out the window.
But if you would actually made it that trade, you could have gotten back more.
Who knows if there was a real market? I mean, hell, I would have put a postage stamp on his ass and traded him. I have no designs on winning this year. David, go ahead.
Someone says, man, I hope it's not kick the can and he'll be just fine after 10 to 15 days.
How do you know that?
He said he's hoping.
Oh, okay. Hey, me too. Carry on.
What's new? Goff can't throw the deep ball. Can't wait until Hooker is in there and unleashed an 80-yard bomb on J-Mo.
Okay. You know what's going to be annoying? The kid's not even able to play. The coach has said he's taking a redshirt year. Anytime Goff screws up, I'm going to have to listen to this. For a guy who will have never even practiced or thrown a ball.
It's the reason why I said you don't want the Lions to take a quarterback, because you're just inviting controversy into this city. But no, you need to have. Okay, well, it's here.
David.
I was hoping the Tigers news was that they were cutting Miggy. Darn. Almost. No, it wasn't that.
No, they got all the ceremonies set up, the hat day and
giveaways.
Jersey day. Give right to all the giveaways. What is a giveaway if he's not there?
Fellas, is a reality that the Tigers actually missed their window here to trade Erod.
I'm not
and
ready.
That makes me sad.
I'm not ready to say that until we see the conclusion of this. Until or unless I see someone with a background as a hand specialist come out and say he will not just need the 10-day IL, I'm not going there. I don't even know what that tweet means because he may not need full usage to pitch through it. So I'm not doing this. We're going to keep it positive. It's sunny out.
He may not need. Okay.
I don't know yet. Why don't you find me a report that says, here's what this injury means and how it relates to pitchers?
I'm waiting till 5 o'clock to send you off into the sunset enraged.
Oh, no.
Sounds like a comic book character.
It's like the Friday news dump. Oh, by the way, this is happening. Enjoy your weekend.
Erod's left hand replaced by Jaylen Brown's left hand, i.e. it's gone.
We're out, respectfully.
Doug couldn't leave that crosstalk fast enough. He looked like he wanted to kill Gator when Gator kept rambling on.
He's like, Gator, I'm ready to go.
Doug was just trying to burp out the word respectfully and walk out of here. Respectfully, of course. David.
This is CJ Crone all over again. He gets hurt, and then we can't trade him. Lose him for nothing is what's going to happen.
Can we not go there yet, and can we breathe? Just please.
Someone says, guys, you're telling me we could have acquired Albert Pujols 3 weeks ago. I wish we made that deal, Rich and Shelby.
All right, so, God help. Okay, you know what? Listen. Rieger just texted.
Oh, gosh.
No. And in fairness, there's a follow-up tweet that he's saying from McCoskey that says, everyone recovers from this injury differently. ...
He does.
Yeah. If this is anything more than 2 weeks,
but
I'm fully concerned because here's the problem. You run out of runway to showcase before the deadline.
Right. And according to McCoskey, it generally takes a minimum of 6 weeks to regain full use.
We don't need full use. I just need him to pitch. I don't care if he can cook a steak. Or I don't care if he can pick his nose with it. Can he pitch?
Right, but if it's his throwing hand, he's just serving up softballs.
We don't know that.
That's called hope right there. And that is not a strategy.
I quit. What did this town do to David's God? What did we do? What did we do to anybody? That we are going through this stretch of sports that is unspeakable.
It just, you know what it means? It just means that when the Panthers win the USFL title, it's going to mean that much more.
Matt, 97.1. Matty, what's going on, bud?
Good afternoon.
Hold, please.
There we go. First off, Mike, hope you have a good vacation.
Oh, thank you. Thank you, sir.
Secondly, I've had a ruptured flexor tendon, and if it's on, like, his pitching hand, he's in big trouble.
It is. It's on his left hand, and it's his index finger.
Okay, so I'm a Jays fan, but I'm geographically bound to, and I enjoy your show. So I follow Tiger Suites. I didn't read the whole thing. So Vince's pitching hand, I couldn't grab a tennis racket for 2 months. And I don't even play tennis. I went out messing around and bent my finger back and ruptured that tendon. And today there's still a huge bulge on the end of that tendon. So I hate to be the bearer of bad news. Hope maybe it is. Everybody's different. However,
oh God,
it wasn't good for me.
Okay. All right. Thank you for parking a black cloud above Comerica Park today. Wow.
Well,
Matt, you understand why I'm not ready to go full negative here. It is, I need to see the team comment, or I need to see a beat writer comment with actual feedback from the team on what we're dealing with here.
it pisses me off because as a Jays fan, another lefty would look real good at the trade deadline.
Yeah, i.e., anybody but Alek Manoah would look good at the deadline.
Well, yeah, that's a whole nother issue. I don't know.
Yikes.
Yeah, I don't think you're
You
going to
can't
get
get out of his
anything
own head
officially
there.
from the Tigers until at least 10 days. So, yeah. But hey, you don't need full recovery. We just need partial recovery.
I mean, could it be like Ronnie Lott? You just cut it off?
If it were the right, honestly, if it was the right hand, right hand, I don't care.
Right. He can go out there with one of those base stealing oven mitts. I don't care. It doesn't matter.
The lefty, yeah.
Oh, Christ. Well, let's wait and see.
Softball city.
Maybe it'll end up being okay. Let's just see. Why do I feel like I'll be getting a text from him in the next few days, and it's just going to be like a gravestone or something, and I'll know exactly what he means?
Wimbayama, first-round pick. Goff overthrowing receivers.
And then a picture,
Rod's finger.
And then a picture of Cookie's clown car. 97-1.
Okay, guys. 9 weeks into the Awaken 180 and almost at 40 pounds. Just off it by a little bit. But you know what? It's not too late for you to start. Summer is just getting here. You see, it's gorgeous weather out. If you're ready to lose some weight, Awaken 180 is the thing for you. Whether you're trying to go lose 10 pounds, 20, 50, 100, I suggest you give them a call. The crazy part is, you know what? They're going to come up with a plan specifically for you. You're not going to be starving yourself. You will eat all day. It's not like they're giving you a bunch of supplements. No. You're going to be eating real food. But they're going to tailor this program specifically for you, the do's and things that you can't do, the things that you like. They're going to try to put those in there. I suggest you give them a call. If you're trying to lose some weight, Awaken 180 Weight Loss can be the place for you. Just give them a call. 844-346-1800. That's 844-346-1800. Or go online at awaken180weightloss.com.
All right, you've heard me talk about injury attorney David Femininio, and we've told you, you get injured in Michigan, you get David, and you get paid. Well, you also get elite communication. You get a fantastic legal team, and you get David. You pay nothing until he wins your case. So if you are injured or you know someone injured, have them call David Femininio, 855-65-CRASH, or go to the website, getdavid.getpaid.com. That's 855-65-CRASH or getdavid.getpaid.com. Well, the hits just keep coming. Apparently, Jared Goff is now overthrowing every receiver at OTAs, according to SI. Eduardo Rodriguez blew out a flexor diddly-do in his index finger. And, hell, I just had Jimmy Powers tell me his career's over. He's on a 10-day IL, but a couple of the beat writers have tweeted out that this is an injury that could take 6 weeks. So that just kills trade value
right up to the trade deadline.
If that were the case. Oh, but wait, there's more good news in Detroit. David with some news on the basketball front. You're not seeing it because, you know what? F it. I know what it is, and I'll just do it. The Pistons have hired Toonzis the Driving Cat as head coach.
No way.
Kevin Ollie?
No,
I say no.
No, Toonzis a fictional character from SNL.
I mean Kevin Ollie. I'm answering his question.
No.
Please say no.
No, I don't know that to be the case. I was talking about how just when you thought there might be a potential star on the open market, there's a report from Brian Windhorst that says
Jaylen Brown is expected to sign an extension with the Celtics.
Even after looking like he owed the Mafia money in Game 7. He looked like he was shaving points. Now, I know that's not the case.
That's good news.
No, it's not for you. And it's not for me because I don't even want him anymore.
I mean, but think about it. Eastern Conference Finals.
No, the point I'm making is the Piston fans want a big move. We talk about Troy Weaver needing to do something impactful. With all due respect to every suggestion we all have tried, none of those move the needle. The idea of an all-NBA player being out there and wanting his own team, well, that eliminates you from a lot of markets. Meaning, if you go to Portland, that's not your team, it's Dame's team. If you go to Dallas, it's not your team. That's Luka's team. Now,
Milwaukee,
there was a conversation maybe about Houston. Well, that could be your team, but it's also, a 12-win team. Well, that's what you are. The difference is you have Cade, and maybe that's more marketable than Jalen Green. The point I'm making is the cost to acquire him. We read the reports that Mikal Bridges, Portland offered 4 first-round picks for him, and the Nets went, we're good. I just said to you, this is what it would cost to make a run at Jaylen Brown if the Celtics decided to and again, guys, it's not reactionary because my team choked and fell off a cliff. They've lost 3 Eastern Conference Finals and gagged away an NBA Finals. That's 4 bites at the apple for this core. You probably got to retool it. Now, do I think that A, you have what it takes, and B, you would pay the price in some combination? No, I don't. But here's what it would cost you. You'd have to trade Cade or Ivy, one of the two. You'd have to trade Bogdanovich, and you'd have to trade number 5, at minimum, for a 25-year-old all-NBA player who's due a robust supermax and is going to be the highest-paid player in NBA history. Okay? So if you want to, let's say your dream was we're going to have Cade, Jaylen Brown, and Jalen Duren. That's our big 3 for the future. Well, there's the cost of doing business. You don't have a pick. You don't have an expiring veteran shooter who's a good player, and you lose the point guard you just drafted. So anyone selling you it was going to be some cheap thing or this number 5 pick, the number 5 pick is a nothing burger. It's an appetizer because Houston wants to move at 4 and Portland wants to move at 3. No one's excited about this draft because this draft blows.
And the thing is, at number 5, you're literally in the lottery again because normally every year between picks 4 through 15, somebody rises up.
Yeah,
and
there'll be one.
You know, you get the Devin Booker where it's like all the teams who passed on was Steph. Like, wow, you all passed on this player. Right. But I wouldn't count on it.
And before you go, well, then why would the Celtics do it? Well, let's be clear. Celtics are already a luxury tax team and paid a $70 million bill last year. They have to give Tatum $300 million plus. They would get a cheap, controllable point guard that they desperately need. They would get a veteran shooter they desperately need, who's expiring. And they would get the number 5 pick in the draft that, while it doesn't help you move the needle, drafting a dirt cheap player that they can get 20 minutes a night out of in the rotation,
right?
That helps them because we don't even need this guy. Guys, I don't know what your outs are. If Brown goes back to Boston, it's not like I'm thrilled because I got to be honest, he may have needed a police escort to get home last night. That looked like, if you told me what I watched last night was a screenplay about a player who owed the mob money and had to shave points, that's what it looked like. 8 turnovers in one game, going down the court and doing open heat checks from like Lucky the Leprechaun's crotch at midcourt. It made no sense. It was like, here, I'm going to do all the things I can do to never play here again.
Yeah, I think he was going full hero ball, and it was not working at all.
So, if he's off the board, Rico, you need to show me what Troy Weaver's doing. Forget about the coach. I mean, David looked like he died. His soul left his body when he thought Kevin Ollie got hired.
But here's the thing. The hiring of the coach is going to tell me a lot because if it is Kevin Ollie, it tells me they're going full developmental, which is just the PC way of saying full rebuild. But they're going to bring in a guy who coached in the G League, who may have coached some of the player they're going to draft, and work with this young roster and try to get the best out of the Wisemans and Durant and all of these players. You know, I'm going to take Beef Stew to the next level. I can do this. That's what you're looking at.
What's that, Home Depot?
I don't have the flag here.
Next level. Get out of here.
But Ollie tells me you're going to go young. You may go out and get like a veteran in free agency, but you're going to stick with your young core. K's going to come back. You're going to try to build around him and Ivy and see what you got.
Can I ask this question? And I know we got to get to Big Ten scheduling, and I want to hear what you have to say because you've got some news on that. Are we united on this that if they use the number 5 pick, it's a fail? I don't need another 19-year-old player. You can't run a daycare center. They have enough. You have Cade, you got Jaden, you got Duren. There's your young core.
But what if it was somebody from the Ignite that they drafted and Ollie coached them last year?
Ooh!
I'm asking the question. That was just me.
You're right. Look, my team just choked away Game 7.
Start your vacation.
My team choked away Game 7. All right, I'm fragile.
I mean, it wasn't a choke job. They showed up for the opening tip.
Choking means you attempted to chew the food at one point.
I mean, they were there for the opening tip.
Exactly.
I mean, Larry Bird was there to give the trophy away.
Hey, they didn't take
all of a sudden he wasn't.
They didn't take the court looking like crisscross. They put their shorts on the right way.
Like, Larry, you want to give out your trophy? Larry's still here? No, Larry's gone. He hopped in his car and left in the third.
And honestly, in my lifetime, that's in the running for the worst loss in franchise history. That's bad. That is as bad as it gets. Just like Game 7 against Orlando, where I think they missed like 50 3-pointers in a row, and Game 7 against the Lakers in the finals, where Ray Allen had to be on the take. These are egregious last night. Yeah. And I thought maybe it would net the Pistons the ability to make an offer on JB, and now it sounds like that's not going to happen. We'll see.
Yeah, I guess they weren't as reactionary as I thought in Boston because, after the way he played.
Remember, all it takes is his agent calling and going, I want my own team. You can keep the extra $60 million. No player's ever done it, but JB's also a bit of a weirdo. Fair. Okay, good talk. Hey, for years we've talked about capital mortgage funding. The purchase market has changed a lot. It's going to be crazy again this spring. Tons of offers, overbidding, a lot of nonsense. If you have to be pre-approved before you go look for a house, or you have no shot Oh, we're going to go home and think about it. Gone, sold, get out. Go to Capital Mortgage Funding, 1-800-LOW-RATE. Harry Glanz and his team take good care of you. They'll get you pre-approved, try to make the process as hassle-free as possible. They've been doing it a long time. They'll take care of you. 1-800-LOW-RATE, Capital Mortgage Funding. That's 1-800-LOW-RATE, the best mortgage banker. Okay. Rico, you have a bit of news to share because there's more coming out. I mean, this the disaster of how the TV deal was negotiated for the Big Ten, it's unfolding because we are 90 days from the season, and they're still getting things done on basically a daily basis.
Yeah.
So
the 2024 football season got pulled. So all you see are the non-conference games that are going to be played. You don't know what the schedule is going to be, Mike. The biggest holdup was how many rivalry games do you have? And there were some teams in the Big Ten who were like, we don't have any rivals. So how about none or just one? Let's just do a 9-game rotation. You had other teams that said, no, we have 3 teams. So the fight was over how many protected games each school would have. So it looked for a second that it may just be one. And I thought, that means Michigan State's going to go bye-bye. But then I got a call. It's not going to go that way. Looks like it's going to be a flex schedule, which really doesn't make sense because it puts a lot of teams in a great position and other teams, like, why would you do this? But there's one team that's going to actually protect 3 teams, 3 rivalry games. That's Iowa.
Why? Well, because their rivals Iowa State.
Their rivals, they are Minnesota.
I know, Floyd of Rosedale and that stupid axe.
Wisconsin and Nebraska. And I'm like, did Iowa and Nebraska really have this heated thing going on?
So wait, they have 3.
They have 3, all Big Ten West schools.
And OSU has 1.
That's kind of smart. OSU 1. Penn State 1. You know who Penn State is?
No.
Michigan State.
Why?
Advantage, Penn State. You got one team.
Wait a minute, hold on. If I'm a Michigan fan, I'm annoyed. Because Michigan has to have Ohio State. They have to have Michigan State. All jokes aside, I know we're not very good now, but we are a pain in your ass. The point is, why would Michigan have to lock in 2 teams that hate their guts, and Penn State gets one team that doesn't really care about them?
They locked them in because they wanted to lock them in. The league didn't say you had to pick 2. The league was like, guys, let us know how many you want, and they accommodate capitulation, as you would say.
Can you believe this is how one of the new super conferences is behaving itself?
Rutgers was like, we don't have anybody. Maryland was like, we don't. Hey, guess what? You have each other now. You're your protected rivals. You know all those great Maryland-Rutgers games that came down to the final second?
You can't name one because they weren't even in the same conference before they joined.
Purdue and Indiana said, okay, I guess it's going to be us again.
And what is that? That's the Oaken Bucket.
Right.
All right, at least I got that one.
Yeah, Nebraska just has Iowa. USC has UCLA. Northwestern has Illinois. But, yeah, because you didn't want to get rid of the Michigan State game.
Michigan has to play 2 teams that hate their guts. Ohio State only has to play the 1.
Correct. Now,
how is that? Why would you not just get rid of the rivalry game protections?
Speculation that maybe Penn State and Ohio State add each other. It's almost like a Tinder app.
And they've had some wars, man.
Right. So that's one where I think both schools are saying, do we want to do this or not? But both schools have to agree on this. And, yeah, Michigan State apparently did not want to lose that rivalry. So, you're going in at a disadvantage.
Let me ask a question here. And I want to work this both ways because I know our audience is, right down the middle. This is like the Senate. If you're a Michigan State fan or you're a Michigan fan, the Big Ten is about to go to 16 teams, 20 teams, 24 teams. I mean, hell, Rico's turning it into the NFL. 2024 and beyond, the Big Ten as we know it is dead. Work with me on this before you go crazy. You're going to have USC and UCLA and Oregon and Washington. Who knows what else you're going to do, right? Florida State, Miami could join tomorrow. I'm a Michigan State fan, but I'm also a radio host. Now, I love to hate Michigan, but I've said to you, I don't care if we play them every year. Now, I've had periods in my life where we've beaten your brains in. You've had periods where you've beaten our brains in. And then a lot of the time, it's usually a little bit of back and forth. Now, if you want to go back to the 70s and 80s and, 48 millimeter film where you used to kick our ass in with regularity, so be it. But work with me. I'm willing to let it all go. And when you're on the schedule, you're on the schedule. And when you're not, you're not. Because I feel like we're headed for a 12-game conference schedule. I just feel like if we're going to be in a league with 20 teams.
No. See, I don't think that's going to happen because you have to have a level playing field because the SEC right now, their biggest gripe is not protected rivals. It's, do we play 8 conference games or 9 conference games?
Well, right, but my point is the Big Ten is going to expand faster than the SEC.
Right, but the Big Ten would never play 12 conference games.
Fine, and play 10, play 9. Okay, but Rico, the point I'm making is if you play everyone in your division, I don't need protected rivals. That's it.
Right, but now you're not playing 3 cupcakes, which means you could lose 2 of those
play
3
your
games.
3 cupcakes, play 9 conference games. I'm back to my main point. If I have 18 teams in the new Big Ten, I got 2 9-team divisions. You just play everybody else and there's one randomized crossover. What's the problem? Why are we wasting time with protected rivals?
Because you haven't reached that point yet. So Mike, until you expand and you bring in Oregon,
but
and you bring in Washington.
But everyone knows it's happening. I don't want to yell before I have time off. It's just, Rico, everyone knows it's happening.
I know. But
Kenny Cott, do you know that Oregon and Washington are joining the Big Ten? Because I do. Do you know that Miami and Florida State are going to join the Big Ten? Because I do. So why would you draw a plan today only to pivot tomorrow?
Because they're not going to join the league in 2024. So here's what's going to happen.
Am I taking crazy pills?
No. But in 2025, we'll do this again. But right now, we need a schedule for 2024.
I agree with what you're saying, Mike, and you make sense. But the SEC's also doing the same thing, where their schedule that they come up with for 2024 won't be what will be in 2025 because they're waiting on Texas and Oklahoma. So they're going to do something and then do something again. So
think of
it makes no sense.
Think of this. No, Mike, let me help you out. Think of this like when they reshuffled the deck for COVID. And all of a sudden, they had to just come up with a new schedule and new home and away games, and the old schedule went bye-bye. And then in 2021, they said, okay, we're going to go back to business as usual. Right now, they're still trying to figure it out because the other teams are not there yet. They may be pending, but they're not there. So we have to play with the guys that we have, and we got to come up with a schedule for 2024. And this is where, a lot of teams were like, okay, you know what? We'll just make it easier on ourselves because the less protected games we have, the more chances we get to play a Big Ten West team, which can only help you.
But
that can only help out Ohio State.
Let me be clear when I say this. It's not necessarily that you protected certain rivals. It's that you have different amounts of protected rivals for different teams.
Mm-hmm.
You're in a division. This is who you play. Who is your daddy and what does he do? Like, this is it.
Just think of the new commissioner singing the Whopper song. You're going to have it your way. Whatever you want. What do you want on your Whopper? What do you want on yours? What do you want on yours? I'll make it all happen. Leave it on my desk. We'll put it in the Big Ten supercomputer. Beep, boop, 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 boop. There you go. Here's your schedule.
I'll tell you again. David, I can't say it to Rico because he gets upset with me, but I'll say it to you.
Les Moonves.
I try to go into each of these things with an open mind, but every word that comes out of his mouth, I don't like. There's nothing happening in college football right now that I like. It's killing my passion for it, man. It used to be my favorite sport. I don't know what this crap is.
No, but they spent months trying to come up with a number, and you had AD saying, no, this is a historic rivalry game. It must continue. All right,
I love how they want the tradition now. They're busy whoring themselves out to any guy walking down the street with a boner. Oh, but wait, tradition. I mean, honestly.
And in the end,
they'll whore themselves out to anybody flashing a 5 spot. But wait a minute, I got lines to draw now. Nah, tradition matters.
Well, there probably won't be divisions. It'll only be different pods. Or it just may be division lists.
I'm done. I don't want to talk about this no more.
248-399-797.
You heard me mention Northville Lumber before. Oldest company in the state, largest Trex decking outlet in the country. Nobody stocks more, nobody sells more. Again, if you've done home improvement, your lead time is 8 to 12 weeks. No. None of that nonsense here. You want a deck, they'll build you one. They'll introduce you to a Trex certified pro, but more importantly, the product you need is there. It's in their warehouse about a half mile from the main deal. Straight up, they got everything. They move enough Trex decking to cover 26 football fields. All you need to do is stop on in or check out the website at northvillelumber.com. Again, if you don't have a builder, they'll introduce you to one. It's Northville Lumber. Call today or go to northvillelumber.com.
All right, news is out. Big Ten schedule is going to come out. I think it's a little bit later on this week as you're getting games being leaked out on different networks. Certain teams have more protected rivalry games than others. Locally, both teams here, Michigan and Michigan State, have two. Michigan has Ohio State and Michigan State. Michigan State has Penn State at land-grant trophy and U of M.
Oh, by the way, did you guys see? I just read this today. Did you see they've got a TV plan in place for our newest members from the left coast?
No.
It's funny. The more things change, the more they stay the same. I'd like to tell you that even though they're now joining the Big Ten, nobody's going to watch USC and UCLA.
Why is that?
Did you see this? So USC is going to be guaranteed the 10 p.m. slot, while UCLA will kick off at 10:30 or 11 on an auxiliary network.
Oh, you know what that means, don't you?
No.
Big Ten after dark.
No, it doesn't mean that.
They're stealing the thunder from the Pac.
I
Big
know,
Ten
but
after dark.
My whole point is, if you were bringing them here, why wouldn't you be putting those teams in the 4 p.m. window or 7 p.m. window? Isn't part of joining the new conference to have visibility? Like what? No one. Who the hell's staying up for USC Indiana at 10:30?
I gotta think that this may be some non-conference stuff, and depending on where they're at, if they're here like locally or on the East Coast, the games will be earlier. But
big noon kickoff, Michigan USC.
But you got to remember that's 7 o'clock. That's prime time on the West Coast.
Nobody cares. Nobody watches sports. They don't watch sports out there.
Trying to put a positive spin on
You could do whatever you like. David, read
Big Ten after dark.
David, read the ticket text. Then we got to get into the Le'Veon Bell stuff.
Oh, yeah. I see where this is going. I want out on this TV contract, somebody says.
It's just and I don't, if you think I'm just being old fuddy-duddy, that's cool. But Rico has a lot of the information, and I'm like, we're 7 or 8 storylines deep, and I go, I don't like any of this.
Well, you know what? Let me give you a little bit more news. CBS has come out with their schedule. CBS now has the Big Ten, but today they announced all the SEC games. Now, they say they're going to put that Kenny's happy, but they're going to have the Big Ten schedule coming out soon. You may see those on the auxiliary networks. So maybe not quite CBS. Maybe you have your Big Ten game on the Paramount Plus app.
Yeah, that's what's going to happen. I actually looked it up after we talked during the break. And yeah, the SEC will remain on CBS through the end of the 23 season. The Big Ten will have the partial schedule on the network, which will be probably on Paramount.
Mm-hmm. So Paramount Plus app. So make sure you download that.
Then after that, I'll be on MySpace if you want to see.
So are you friends with Tom and Bob? And what was that guy's name who was in the court? Was it Tom?
It was Tom. Yeah.
Are you friends with Tom? Make sure to like us on the Sprinkle Network.
So if the game is bad, you can just switch over and watch 1883.
Right. Indiana and Purdue on after reruns of Monk. I mean, it's honestly, it's turning into a parody, but whatever.
Everybody's getting paid, and they're destroying the product.
Yay, money. All right, go ahead, David.
Someone says, David, instead of watching college football, Mike will be going to cider mills on Saturdays now. LOL.
I mean, it's I don't know. It's just turning into something silly. Like, hold on. Let me see if we have any commonality. Kenny, I know it's the SEC and the Big Ten is a pillow fight, but like, all right. SEC's adding Texas and Oklahoma, which are good additions brand name wise. And
sure, yeah.
I can make sense somewhat geographically. Now, let's say they go and add another 4 teams nobody cares about. All of a sudden, new TV deal for the SEC. You sit here listening to what's going on with the Big Ten. If that becomes your new reality, does that start to affect how you care about this crap?
Well, I'm glad you said that because as you were describing your vitriol for the situation, I was thinking to myself, what's stopping this from happening to my conference?
Nothing.
So I'm kind of just like, maybe this is a glimpse into the future that I'm just not willing to accept it yet.
Well, it is because remember, you're going to lose NBC next year, so now you're going to be all over ESPN.
Yeah.
They picked up the rights, so yeah, you're going to be on the Deuce, on the Ocho.
The Ocho? We get the Ocho?
Some teams, Georgia's playing Georgia Southern.
ESPN Plus exclusive?
Yeah.
That's going to suck. I didn't even think about that.
Yeah, you got to go on the app.
Oh, no.
Watch that game.
Live on ESPN3 with a guy from the produce department doing play-by-play.
But yeah, with CBS, all the schedule is out there and all the 3:30 slotted games that I thought the Big Ten was going to get. Nope. All CBS network, SEC this year.
David, go ahead, and then we'll move forward.
Someone says, I'm with Mike. The way they're ruining college football, I'm moderately excited now. Man, maybe I can read one day.
It's okay.
I don't know if I'm mad or just over it.
I'm a little bit over it in that, again, I love how people, and I'm not blaming you, Rico, they're like, well, they're making money, as if I benefit from that. No. It's like, good for them, but they're destroying themselves.
No, it's like you go away and you come back from vacation and your wife rearranged the entire house and repainted everything. You're asking yourself, why? Why did we do this? I liked it how it was. Well, we needed a change, and now you got to get used to everything brand new, Walls are missing. It's like
I love how State's no good, but they're playing half their games at night. It makes no sense.
Because Michigan won't.
Well, they're marketable. That's why. They still make money. They're still profitable. So put them on at night.
You're not excited for West Virginia at Penn State on NBC at 7:30 to start the Big Ten, NBC?
I'm actually kind of excited for that.
No way.
I'm sorry.
What?
What is Don Nehlen back there coaching? Is Rich Rod at West Virginia? West Virginia's terrible under Neil Brown.
Okay, maybe week 2. Charlotte at Maryland.
Wait, that's a real game?
7:30 on NBC, September 9th.
Wait a minute.
Nobody messes with the Niners.
Somebody tell me Logan Roy has come back to life and he places a phone call to the executives who signed this deal the minute he goes, wait, why am I looking at Charlotte, Maryland on my network on a Saturday night?
Coming up, Charlotte, Maryland, on the Peacock Network. Well, okay, what's the next week?
Syracuse at Purdue, September 16th at 7:30.
Mike, the Baggy Dome. Oh, it's at Purdue?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Awesome, where the press box is bigger than the stands.
Ross-Ade.
What a
Apparently, Penn State at Illinois was available September 16th, but NBC chose Syracuse at Purdue.
Wait, what?
I don't know about that. I have to look that up.
Are they aware it's not a basketball game from 1996?
I think they're trying to get everybody one game at night.
Oh, okay. I'm sorry. I didn't realize this was the Moscow network. A chicken in every pot. What are we doing?
Well, if not, they'll end up looking like Fox, who basically is a traveling circus for Michigan. Michigan's going to be playing Cass Tech. We'll be live outside of Cass Tech.
Sparty.
I enjoy it.
Yeah, I was going to say, he's talking and David's just sitting here smiling.
Ooh, next week? Oh, okay, good.
David, can I ask you a serious question?
Sure.
What is your affinity as a fan base for noon games?
I don't really care for noon games.
I hate
personally.
noon games because you don't get to. It interrupts your day. 3:30, you've had a chance to get your stuff done and live a normal life, and you settle in maybe a little bit.
Noon games are the appetizer. They're the games like I said, when you're doing housework, you're doing yard work, you put it on in the background.
Right. Like I Michigan.
Barely finished breakfast.
I like Michigan at noon, but my life's different. I'm a radio host. Like this is what I do. I like it because then I can hate watch them at noon, and that's over, and the rest of my day is just football. Not vitriol based, but just football and betting.
But a noon game normally says not important. It's a 1 o'clock game in the NFL. It's normally not the important game.
Right. That's where I don't understand why. And it's not David, but do Michigan fans love the noon thing, or does the school love it?
You know what? I don't want to say why.
You do understand that a lot of the fan base for Michigan is old. They go to the games.
And you do know that there was a certain coach who just felt like games should be at noon. And they still love this coach, even though he's dead and buried.
Don't.
Close to vacation and not going to do it.
He may or may not have a statue.
Not going to do it. Not going to do it.
David, if I do one more comment, I can get him to bite.
Nope. And 97.1.
Bad injury news for the Tigers this afternoon. Detroit has placed starter Eduardo Rodriguez and outfielder Matt Vierling on the injured list. Rodriguez, one of the best starters in the American League this season, injured the index finger on his pitching hand. Chris McCoskey of the Detroit News says that injury generally takes a minimum of 6 weeks to heal. Vierling is sidelined with back soreness. The Tigers have called up reliever Braden Bristow and infielder Tyler Nevin from Toledo to take their places. Bristow has thrown 3 innings this year for Tampa Bay. It's another opportunity for the Tigers to draw closer to 500 in first place. They battle the Rangers tonight at Comerica Park. Alex Faedo gets the start for Detroit. He's fresh off one of the most dominant starts of his young career, 6 innings with 10 strikeouts against the White Sox. He discussed that start. Veteran lefty Martin Perez gets the start for Texas, improving with runners in scoring position, still top of mind for the Tigers. Their 112 average last in the American League. Detroit is 25 and 27 entering tonight, 2 games back of the first place Twins. First pitch at 6:40, the pregame show at 6:15 right here on 97.1. At the Ticket Update Desk, I'm Luke Sloan. For more, visit 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
All right, so 5 o'clock, Odyssey.com Rewind. You missed anything. We've covered a lot of different things, including the Erod injury. The issue, we don't know exactly how long he'll be out. Sure, he's on the 10-day IL. Then you get a couple of beat reporter tweets saying, well, to fully recover, generally, but not exclusively, it could take 6 weeks. We don't know, guys. The bottom line is anything above the 10-day IL, 4 weeks to 6 weeks, it really pushes you to a point where he's not going to have runway to reestablish value for the trade deadline. It is a worst-case scenario. So fingers crossed, no pun intended, that he's on the shorter side of it. You got to be able to have 2, 3, 4 starts before the deadline, pitch really, really well. But to be out in the month of June when my plan was for you to set the market with this guy. But hey, as long as you guys are enjoying your blue Funberry daiquiris being 2 games under 500, I guess it's all good, right?
You got to look at it half full as you're 2 games back of first place.
I'm telling you, I keep hearing hosts on this station say it. I want to light the building on fire. I can't take it.
Trust me, by the time they finish playing the Twins, I think they'll be back. They'll be back to where you thought they were going to be. I think that's where the hope leaves, because now you're going to be playing a lot of difficult teams, including the Rangers right now, who can score a ton of offense, and you can't match them.
It's just so disingenuous. It's like, come on, guys. Wow. So, you know what's funny? Every year they do this. Every year. Like at the end of May, they're not egregiously terrible. Go look at every year they've had, basically, since their playoff run. They're never truly awful. Now, they've had terrible Aprils, then they get hot. They're always a couple games under 500. No, it's the same thing every year.
No. But see, it's not the couple games under 500 that has people excited. It's the fact you're 2 games out of first place. I know they're the same. But if you look at it positively, you're 2 games out of first place.
I don't.
In a bad division.
Yeah, no, you can't just say bad. You can't just say bad. It might be the worst division that's ever been divisioned. It's an atrocity. Like you watch the White Sox play and you go, what is this? Kansas City? The Guardians look like a corpse.
The only thing missing from this division is the Oakland A's.
Yeah, and they're not even a baseball team. What are they on pace for? 34 wins?
Well, they won yesterday.
Congrats.
They beat the Braves.
Oh, good. They can throw
7-2.
All right. Can we get to business?
They're back.
I'm done. But you can Odyssey.com rewind to the beginning of last hour. We did talk about Erod, and it's just there's nothing to go on. I'm not going to do this where it's like, well, if Erod's gone for X amount, does it change your perspective? I mean, come on, that's hypothetical theater. I don't know, guys.
No, I think for Erod, it's just how much of the value is gone.
If he doesn't have the ability to come back and pitch a few starts before the deadline, if it is the worst case scenario, all of it.
2 weeks ago, you were thinking, okay, you could probably get at least 2, maybe 3 prospects in here.
Right, but if I'm a team who was calling on him and the dude missed 4, 5, 6 weeks with a blown out finger.
Well, that's what I said 2 weeks ago. Now,
right. I wanted to bring up the Le'Veon Bell thing just because I was listening to Stoney and Jansen. By the way, Stoney had Larry Brown on his podcast, the Pistons thing. I don't know what the hell it's called. The point is, they're doing that series on TNT.
Yeah, restore. Oh no, something about floor. Yeah, restore the floor.
Restore the floor. Thank you. I thought it was called Save This Dead Franchise. The point is, he had Larry Brown on. They're running.
I threw the flag in case anybody.
It's called Someone Take This Morbid Team from This City, starring Stoney. But he had Larry Brown on. Long form interview with him. They're doing the Allen Iverson, Larry Brown thing tomorrow night, or it might be tonight on TNT. But if you want to go download it, it's available wherever you get your podcasts. Evan said the interview is pretty damn good. So just something if you want to listen to it.
I heard snippets of it. It is good.
I think we should really rename it.
Oh, instead of Restore the Floor?
Yeah. God, this team sucks with Stoney and Evan.
I don't think that's marketable, but yeah,
All
why
right.
not?
So the point is Le'Veon Bell. I listened to the morning show, and Stoney and Jance were talking about it.
How about it's Hooper's birthday?
Fine, anything. It's Hooper's birthday. Now take this team. And Stoney was trying to make the point like he wasn't freaking out about Bell. Now, Le'Veon Bell admitted to smoking weed before games. And this was on the Steel Here podcast. Looking back on it, that's what I did when I was playing football. I smoked, bro. Even before the games, I'd smoke. I'd go out there, run for 150 and 2 touchdowns. Now, look. John went crazy. I mean, John went full American dad mode here. Now, I may have the wrong approach to this. No, I don't believe it's the same as like Mo Claret filling a water bottle with vodka. Alcohol impairs. If Le'Veon Bell, look, I think we know a lot about NBA players. We know a lot about athletes in general. Mm-hmm. I can't speak to what marijuana does to you, but it's pretty clear if he was smoking before those games and he was going for 150 and a couple of touchdowns, well, hell, I'll buy him the weed. If you're going to go out and go but Jansen was going nuts.
Because you disrespected the game. But, Mike, I've seen players who, before major games, they're getting high.
The weed Batman signal has come out. Evan is joining us.
Evan is our resident pothead.
I saw the smoke emulating from the building.
No, and all I want to say, too, and I can't speak to hockey, but like baseball, the abuse of amphetamines. I mean, Evan, we talked about it. Vita Blue pitched a perfect game on LSD. I'm not going to freak.
It was a no-hitter, not a perfect game.
Whatever. I'm not going to freak out about it. Did you know Doug had a dream about Vita Blue? Odyssey.com rewind. The point is, I'm not freaking out. Should I? I mean,
I don't think you should for a moment.
All right, let me hear this from a man who's probably high right now.
Unless they were smoking in the locker room, there's no way that he was even buzzed. I mean, they get to the game, 3 hours beforehand?
Right. They're in their car.
So they're smoking in their car, whatever. I would be more worried about the dude that's taken 4 Vicodin to go play. I think John's worry was this guy might be lackadaisical because he's out there high. He might miss an assignment, which would affect the team. If you ask me, from a guy, I took Vicodin when I broke my leg, and I took multiple to help the pain, right?
You didn't just break your leg. That thing.
But my point is, it would make me loopy. I would be more confident on playing a football game, smoking weed beforehand, than playing on Vicodin.
So hold on. Am I being stupid when I was listening?
I think you're being naive to think athletes aren't doing this.
No, I'm saying I didn't care because I'm so jaded that I view it that substance. these athletes do so many things. I just kind of go,
well, the players that are on Adderall and stuff like that to get their attention there, or take the uppers to do the downers.
I was about to say, or pretty much all of Major League Baseball.
What they call them, like
while.
greenies or something back in the day?
Amphetamines.
Yeah.
Look, and I'm not trying to say that it's like anything I'm pumped up about.
Now, do you want your running back on lewds? Probably not.
No, I'm making a point. I have accepted reality.
Right.
That it wasn't surprising to hear it. And then you get this faux concern firestorm over, Le'Veon Bell's comments. And I'm like,
because they were upset because people like John feel like, especially because John played, you disrespected my sport, my game. I went out there. I didn't do this. You want everybody clear and level headed. My thing is this. If Evan, you go out and you can rush for 150 yards, I'll buy the next bag.
And I think what he was saying is, what could he have done not on the weed, right? And I don't know if there's any difference. And the reason I say that, some players will take it because they get so anxious before the game that it calms their nerves and they can actually go out there and be a level-headed player.
Really?
Yes. Some players. I'm not saying all. And some might
like,
use
I
it
guess the
as
other
an
thing,
excuse.
The other thing for me is like, I just don't view weed as this highly damaging thing where it's like, it's clear alcohol ain't good for you. And it's clear you can't go out there and play at your peak doing that stuff. Now, the weed thing, I don't know. Like, no, I don't think it's optimal, but he had a hell of a career. And I'm like, if that was his thing, and maybe Evan's right, maybe it brought him back to center. And I guess, am I wrong for not, he went American Dad this morning and pounding his fist on the table. Oh, Stoney, you're saying it's okay. And I'm like, everybody calm down.
But you know why, though?
No, I don't.
Because John played, and John didn't have to smoke weed, and he wanted to know that all his teammates were in their right mind out on the field. And the other team was not using any type of substance either.
Well,
you disrespect the game.
Weren't there always like rumors or innuendo that there was a very famous Piston that would roll up in his Maybach high as a kite every game? And they still won a championship.
They did.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure that's kind of who Rico was talking about. But
Okay.
I didn't want to go there.
All I say was Maybach. Very nice car. Very nice car.
But the point is, maybe
I don't think it's affecting him unless they're doing it. If he's smoking a blunt in the locker room before he walks out onto that field, yes, John might very well have a point that he might not all be there, might miss an assignment, might forget this,
But I
that,
don't
or
think
the
there's
other
any way
thing.
he's getting away with that in the Steelers locker room.
No, well, that's my point. So there's no way that he's
He
even
did it in his car, probably, OD'd on the cologne or whatever, so that you couldn't smell the weed, which is just.
Or guess what? If he's going out and giving 150 and 2 touchdowns, you look the other way, right?
Yeah, you don't care.
Well, and that's the other thing is like, maybe we work too close to it where we just accept certain things because we live in reality. And then for the average fan, maybe this is as big of a deal as people are making it because they've never heard such a thing. I don't know.
Yeah, I don't know either because it is completely different than drinking. Now, if he was drunk, I don't
That's
want,
a totally
I don't want
different
that
thing.
guy up
That's
there having my blind side.
Totally different thing.
But no, I don't. I mean, and is Le'Veon doing this for attention too? Maybe a little bit.
Well, that's the other part is I guess I don't care because he doesn't play. He's not active. Anybody can say anything about their career. Who's going to go back and prove it? It doesn't matter to me.
I mean, at least he's just talking about himself. He's not pulling a full Scottie Pippen right now.
Oh, and just going
Who just drank from the well of bitterness.
But I mean, hey, you're going to have to accept it with the leagues now making it legal for players to do it. It's going to happen, flat out.
Well, and the other thing is, I guess I'm sympathetic to it because players for years, and Calvin Johnson being one of them, have talked about the positive effects of it, pain management, being able, like you don't want to be on opioids, you don't want to be on all the big pharmaceutical stuff. This is a way, like I always say this, Tiki Barber told this story 20 years ago. You wake up on Monday morning and you can't put a phone to your jaw as a running back because you were in 30 car accidents. So if the weed was a way to cope, or if that's the way I guess I just have normalized it. And again, yeah, well, they test for it, right? Except you kind of know when.
Okay,
the
but
tests
here's
are
the thing:
coming.
the NBA,
even when
the
it was
NBA
illegal.
players gave up a lot for that for the marijuana testing. I don't even think they tested. If they do, you get hey guys, you're going to get a surprise test in 2 months.
Well, in the
Ontario
NFL,
Smith still couldn't figure it out.
before this rule was
a countdown clock is over your locker. Test coming in 21
You're
days.
right, because the only time that they tested for weed before this was illegal in the NFL was during training camp.
Right.
So I've talked to players, you can play your siren or whatever, but they said you have to be the biggest moron to fail this because it's 3 weeks that you can't smoke, right?
So you know what Ontario Smith did?
He smoked.
No, he went out and bought the item called the Whizzinator. You remember this story?
Yes.
He bought the fake penis and he had to use somebody else's doo-doo. It's
big in Entourage.
And he tried to bring that into the test, and he got basically banished from the NFL.
I remember
What
that.
a moron.
But, I mean, or Ron Mexico. Remember that one?
That's another good one. All
I
right.
mean, what are you doing? Oh, it's a pop bottle. Nobody will know.
248-539-9797. Thank you, Evan. I just want to make sure we covered that today. We'll get some phone calls on it next, 97.1.
Guys, Specs at LTU can help you out in getting a new career. You can start off in broadcast media arts, digital media arts, or graphics communications program. Specs at LTU, located right on the campus of Lawrence Tech in Southfield. They're going to help you because it's hands-on. They're going to have you prepared for your next career. You're going to learn what it takes to be in radio or TV or to be a graphics design artist. Your instructors, they work in the business, so they know what you need to know every day. They're not going to waste your time with a bunch of boring lectures. No. Hands-on is what Specs at LTU is all about. So what are you waiting for? Be curious and visit the website ltu.edu/specs to learn more. Make magic by enrolling in Specs at LTU certificate program today. Be curious, make the magic. It's very simple. You got to go to ltu.edu/specs, ltu.edu/specs, and you can begin your career today.
David just yelled at me, but here I am. Don't get stuck without power the next time a storm hits, or wait till the first hot day to find out that the air conditioner's gone. I mean, if you just turned on your AC and figured it out this week, you in some trouble. The team at Mastercraft Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical has you covered with a $78 air conditioner tune-up. Get it rolling in tip-top shape. Save on that energy bill. It's Mastercraft. Plenty of generators in stock as well. Schedule that air conditioner tune-up today or visit mastercraftheating.com. Two 248-539-9797. Yeah, we rapped about a lot today. And again, I wish we had more on the Erod injury, but I'm not going to speculate. If you want how we handled it, Odyssey.com rewind. Gave you the Jaylen Brown update. You know, I know that he's been attached to the Pistons in some rumors. Report today he's just going to stay in Boston. I don't know about that. There's part of me that wonders if he wants to be there. Is he willing to trade the money to get his own team? Somebody would pay. Somebody would give up a treasure trove for him, and I told you what it'll cost. That's all available, Odyssey.com rewind. Hitting the Le'Veon Bell thing right now. David, some ticket texts. We'll get to a couple calls, and then we'll do football today.
Even if Le'Veon was smoking before the games, what were his stats? Yes, almost 2,000 all-purpose yards while playing with the Steelers.
Right.
I'm good with whatever that man wanted to do before the game.
Right, and it wasn't – look, if it wasn't weed, I would have a different opinion. But there's just been an understanding for a long time, I think, with looking at how the league operates and players. That is something that has become accepted. Now, if he came on the air and said he was doing lewds, that's a different thing.
Right. Did he give me 2,000 all-purpose yards, though?
No, David, there's just other things where it doesn't.
I know,
pair
I'm
you.
just.
Can we not do this game?
Steve,
get off the phone. Okay.
Oh, my gosh. Somebody says, you're nailing it, Mike and Rico. People still can't understand the fact of medicinal value of weed and still can't accept it. I'm good with whatever he did.
Well, what was funny, too, it was interesting, I guess, is like Gov came on the air and he talked about how he was like a child of Nancy Reagan in the DARE era.
Oh, just say no.
And he's just like, well, it still terrifies me. And I'm like, well, that's fine if we were talking about crack or meth or something. But
no, but they preached at that time, marijuana is the gateway drug.
Devil's lettuce?
If you start with marijuana, you will be doing smack in a few weeks.
The point I was going to make is it's okay for your thoughts to evolve. Nope. You can come join us in 2023.
I mean, thank you.
Little Nancy Reagan pops on your shoulder. What are you doing?
In the Tecumseh area.
She told me that crack was whack.
No, that was Whitney, but okay.
No, I Oh, boy. I understand it. I was in shock because I'm like, okay, I get it. We were all kids of the 80s. Thought process and opinions evolve a bit, no?
Going back to the 80s.
I remember she put 2 eggs into a frying pan.
This is your brain on drugs.
You know, Roberto, he actually said that on the air. He did the whole "this is your brain on drugs" thing.
You're kidding. Seriously?
They said that, yeah.
He went through the whole spiel. I'm like,
right.
Come on, man.
They basically played the commercial as a PSA for everybody.
Did he break down the different strokes episode when Nancy Reagan came on?
You know what? Drew's in Roseville. We're good. Drew, how are you?
What's going on, guys?
What's up, buddy?
What's up, Drew?
Hey, you know, I was listening this morning, and JJ got it. I mean, he was a little bit sanctimonious. I just think he's a little bit old school, a little bit out of touch, I think, because when these guys talk about smoking weed before games, these guys have been smoking this stuff for years. And I'm not going to be afraid to admit it. I have myself. And, you know, after a while, you don't get high. You just maintain. And these guys, I mean, unless they're doing bong hits with a helmet on or something, like an oxygen mask like we saw on that kid from the draft, I don't think these guys are actually high. I think they're They're
Right.
motivating themselves, because I've done it before before a baseball game or a basketball game, and it just feels like it helps me be aggressive. Actually, you know what I'm saying?
Well, and again, and look, and John has every right to have a deep pride in what he accomplished and playing the game and defending the shield. I get all of that, but I think what gets lost is Le'Veon didn't come out and say, in between play calls, I'd rifle a gummy. That's not what was happening. And I wanted to know whether I was wrong. No. Maybe John and Gov had it right. I don't know.
See, I think disrespecting the game is what Kenny's boys did in the national title game when they were ordering wings from the stands and eating them as the game is going on.
When it's 60-2, you do whatever the hell you want.
Like, guys, come on. You can't wait. Nah. Those wings look tasty. How much were they? All right, get a round for me and my boys.
That was arguably the saddest title game in history. That was unreal.
That game couldn't end fast enough.
Because the way TCU beat Michigan, and I'm like, well, maybe they could get to score some points and have fun. And Georgia's like, watch this.
Georgia just played the perfect game of whack-a-mole. Nope.
Dead. Machine broken.
Right.
They didn't even play it. They just unplugged it. Dead.
Well, what if we Nope, that didn't work either. Let's try throwing. Nope, that didn't work.
Also, no. David, then we'll get to football today. I'm sorry.
Oh my gosh, these people.
What's wrong?
High is high. Alcohol, drugs, doesn't matter which it is. You can't drive or operate machines. Y'all are making excuses for weed.
I'm not making excuses. I'm accepting realism here.
And you would be amazed at how many of your athletes that you adore smoke weed.
No, and I'm just
won games for you.
I'm very specific to the weed part, and I'm not comparing it to alcohol. Alcohol is debilitating. Listen, the weed component in sports is just something that has been normalized for the better part of 20 years. I understand it's not optimal to outside world, but if you understand in the NBA or the NFL, and Evan brings up a great point, everyone in the NFL knew when the tests were coming. Mm-hmm. They designed it that way because players were using it for pain management. Players were using it quite often. Do I think Le'Veon Bell's the only player who was on game day? No. But I think Le'Veon Bell's trying to stay relevant.
Yeah.
Okay? And he's not.
And for everybody who swears up and down, well, it's, debilitating. Yeah, I'm quite sure all of you took a drink and drove home. Probably one drink too many, but you made it home safely. So don't give me this whole it's wrong. No.
No, but that's
it's a pain management thing. The players have. If the players can go out there and do what they're doing, you don't care. Le'Veon, David, 150 yards, 2 touchdowns, cool.
I guess what I look at with alcohol, with weed, is compared to what a lot of players have flowing through their systems. It's actually the least damaging thing. And if he was able to maintain that level of play, look, I'm also a believer in what Evan said. If he's smoking it on the way to the game, not that that's some great idea, but I'm making a point. By the time that game kicks off, he's not under the influence. He's not it's not like he's taking
he ain't
bong
firing
rips.
it back up at halftime.
Right. Now, if it came out, now this is where I would side with John. If he was doing it in the stadium, in the game, totally wrong on every level. But that's not what he said, which is why I don't freak out about it.
He had the different oxygen tank. No, not that one.
Right,
no,
that would be different. Right, you know what I'm saying. Right. I'm with you. I listened to it. I'm not mad about it. I just was like, wait.
John was protecting the shield. I think
he was very, I'll tell you, he was beating up on Stoney. That was tough.
Let's talk about the Chevy dealer in the area that's leading the way. It's Hamilton Chevrolet in Warren. Andrew and his sales staff, they want to be a Chevy dealer. Why? Because they'll guarantee you the lowest payment on your next Chevy, period, by finding you every discount, incentive, and opportunity to save you money on your new Chevy. New vehicles are being delivered every day into Hamilton, including the new May Rico deal, a new 2023 Chevy Crew Cab Silverado 4x4 for $399 a month. For 24 months, you walk in there with $999 down, you get 10,000 miles a year. Yes, a hardworking Chevy Silverado for under $400 a month. That's why I say the best deals are found at 14 in Mounds. Stop in and see my guys at Hamilton Chevrolet for details and make Hamilton Chevrolet
your Chevy dealer and drive away in the Rico deal. A new 2023 Chevy Crew Cab Silverado 4x4, $399 a month. Visit HamiltonChevy.com. That's HamiltonChevy.com. Chevrolet, find new roads.
All right, Old Nation Brewing, and this week it's appropriate with the sun, the heat. It is, if you were wondering, it is now officially shandy season. So if you're wondering, well, what the heck is it? What the hell is it? Why do you guys always talk about it? Summer-only release. It's not mass-produced like so many other places. It really is. It's really unique, and Old Nation dominates. But as I said, not mass-produced. They will sell out. So wherever you get your beer, ask for Old Nation by name. They will guide you to a unassuming 4-pack of cans, and you'll have the best summer shandy you've ever had. It's really simple. It's delicious. It's oldnationbrewing.com. That's oldnationbrewing.com. And as always, 21 and older, and please drink responsibly. All right. We will have a big finish for you. Take into Tiger baseball here in about 20 minutes. And it's just a rundown of all the stuff we did today, including the Erod injury, which I wish we had more clarity on. But I think that's just going to take time. 10-day IL for an injury that sure sounds like it'll take longer than 10 days. Quick note. I made a point that after the Celtics loaded themselves into a wooden barrel and went over Niagara Falls ass first, Jaylen Brown, again, the way he played, we're going to find out real quick. This, again, report today he'll re-sign. But if he wants his own team, all it takes is a players' camp saying we want out, he'll be out. Well, the odds for Jaylen Brown's future are out. So I just thought we'd have some fun. Now, why would I bring it up? No one cares about the Celtics except me. But Jaylen Brown and the Pistons have been this weird little thing. All right? Who do you think the favorite is to retain? Now, I gave it away.
I was about to say Boston.
Boston is the minus 500 favorite. Now, who is the first team, odds-wise, to land Jaylen Brown?
Philly.
Dallas at plus 600. I mentioned Dallas. I think he needs to go somewhere where there is a high-usage, ball-dominant guard because he cannot be asked to dribble. He has a toaster for a left hand. Mavericks at plus 600. Well, they have Luka. I brought up Portland earlier. Well, Portland, Dame Lillard, plus 700. This is the interesting one.
New York?
No. This is the nightmare scenario for the league. The Golden State Warriors at plus 900.
Okay, how?
I would imagine. Okay, hold on. I would imagine
they give up Jordan Poole.
Okay, you can go to hell. No,
no, I can see that. Yeah,
no,
you know what?
No. The Celtics aren't taking on.
No,
Kryptonite.
he's not taking Jordan Poole.
Jordan Poole. Yeah, that would be a great matchup with Jason Tate.
Okay, now more realistically, my guess would be it would be something like Wiggins and Kuminga.
Okay. Should we tell him, David, that deal's probably going to be with Jordan Poole? Now, you may get one of those two with Poole.
No, it wouldn't be because the Celtics would never accept that. Why would the Celtics, who are already in cap hell, take on the dead body of Jordan Poole? No, the answer is no.
Because it ain't $300 million?
No, because you would deal with one of these other teams. Rockets plus 1,200, Hawks 1,500, Hornets 1,500, and your Detroit Pistons plus 2,000. Get some. Come on, buddy. You want to make that offer to me?
I'm just still like, how could the Warriors pull this off? But then again, they've done it before.
No, but if you look at the money, they signed Wiggins to a big money deal. You could do Andrew Wiggins plus one of their young assets. It wouldn't be Moody because he hasn't showed enough. Kuminga, I actually think, has a shot to be something, needs minutes.
And the Warriors would be going all in this one last time.
And it would be a big three of Clay, Steph, and Jaylen Brown with Day-Day on reduced money.
So disrespectful to Draymond.
Big
sorry. 3.5.
Okay.
But the Pistons.
Plus 2,000. I'm just throwing it out there.
No, but you're going to have to give up Cade. You're going to have to give up Ivy.
You'd have to give up one of those two, plus Bogdanovich,